recording on my computer here?
If you want, that's fine.
Well, let me know when you're in Missoula, Quentin. We'll go chase some fish on the ice.
Yeah, we'll do. Thank you. How are you doing, Mr. Fryer?
I'm good.
Thank you all. Thank you and all of you again for your participation here. Much appreciated. What was the how did your annual convention go with stock growers?
It actually worked pretty well. We were pleased. We had about 200 people register, and it was mostly virtual, but
Yeah.
officers and board were in person, and then a lot of other people signed in. So we were able to conduct business pretty well, I thought.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. It's interesting. I have to admit, Zoom can get, I don't know, maybe it's not different than any other long conversation where you're sitting. It can get old and tiresome, but there is more than a little bit of functionality to the platform. That's to be sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now streaming live on YouTube.
That's what this group needs, is a game show host to announce things. So, Pat, can I assume you're volunteering?
Oh, sure.
Morning, Quentin.
Good morning.
You're the only one I see on the screen for some reason. Oh, there's everybody else.
I'm sorry. I'm lucky today. I get to sit in on just a little bit, then I've got to go in another direction, but
Boy, if that's lucky, I'd hate to know what unlucky is.
no, everything I hear and see is you folks are doing some good work, and it's not easy, so very much appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning, Quentin.
Good morning, Dreska. How are you doing? You and
I'm
yours?
good. Hey, Rich and I were just talking about you.
Well, that warms my heart. I hope it was some yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Have you got a great big Christmas tree up?
I'm enjoying mine in Helena. How's that?
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Good on you.
So do you have a new title at FWP?
I do. I'm currently chief of staff, Dreska.
So that's a big office you have there.
I count myself, let me be clear, when I pause to count my lucky stars, it takes a long time.
Yeah,
it's a nice
that's the
office.
truth.
It's
Yep.
a nice workspace. I'm fortunate to have the opportunity.
Well, I think you'll be very good there.
Thank you. Thank you for your optimism.
I still have a direct line to you, right?
You do. That's right. You do. Anytime.
Well, it's nice to see you and visit. Everybody good in your family?
Yeah, we really don't have complaints. Our daughter is a is a high schooler now. And so some days, especially those days when she has to attend virtually, not go in person.
Not happy.
Yeah, and I see the frictionometer goes up in the house. And
Hmm. I experienced that in Helena also.
you know, how else to look at it? We all need our space by one definition or another, right?
Yes, exactly. And we all need our friends.
Yeah, yeah, both. That's right. It's like so many other things. It needs to be, that mix needs to be just right for us to have a really good day.
Yeah, it's really hard on high schoolers not to have their
Yeah.
nuclear group all the time.
Boy, that's well said. It's been really interesting to watch how, I mean, her assessment of just the in-person day is just so much. She just looks forward to it so much more than the virtual day.
Yep. So I bet Lindsay would like us to be quiet so she can start.
No, you guys are fine. I was just doing my final checks of who's here and who's gone and seeing if we're streaming. So we are up on our webpage as well as YouTube. So we're good to go there. Dan Vermillion said he would be about 5 minutes late, but he is on his way. So, you know, Mike, I think we can go ahead and get started. I don't think Dan will be too far behind if we get started now.
Okay, sounds good. Before we get going, I wanted the group to know that I learned of the existence of a dinosaur species I never heard of before today. And no kidding, it's called the Ceratosaurus. And so for the remainder of our exercise, if you could please refer to Sarah as Ceratosaurus, I would really appreciate that. So this is our last scheduled day, folks. Again, congratulations on your endurance. Did anybody have any particular insights or mental breakdowns or ideas last night that they'd like to share with the group before we get going?
I thought of something that has to do with the amount of time we put in. If
Bring
we, 20 people per meeting, we've got 800 hours in this document after today, minimum. A lot of time.
That's a lot of work. And you know, it's one of the truisms of this stuff that we do, that it's still less work than if you folks hadn't gone through this process. The person hours invested in not solving this problem and not doing a good job of dealing with the mistakes and the hiccups and the bumps in the road and the train wrecks would be a lot more. Now, I don't know how to quantify that, but if you're interested in justifying the effort of this many people, it is saving a lot of effort down the road. Any other thoughts? So I'm hearing get on with it, Mike. All right, let's get on with it. So last night we left off with we were going to go away, look at I keep wanting to call them enduring principles. This is new lingo for me. I know they're not enduring principles, guiding principles that the group has been coming up with. And so hopefully you had a chance to look at the 4 documents, and you should start to see a convergence there. And so what I'd like to do is let's pick one, and then we'll work on it as a large group. And we can add to or subtract to, however you see fit. So Sarah, would you go ahead and put up on the screen the different enduring principles, guiding principles?
Mike, who did you want to put that up on the screen?
Ceratosaurus, thank you very much.
All right, can you see my 2 Word documents, all right?
Yes.
So yeah, on the right side are the 4 groups versions. So I was going to copy whatever we wanted to start with onto the left side. Can you want me to zoom in a little bit? How's that?
Does everybody have their own copies of these as well? Okay, Sarah, Sarah Soros, could you please scroll down a little bit? And again. And one more time. Okay, so is there a particular set from one of the groups that the overall group would like to use as a foundation for further work?
I think they're all getting pretty similar, but I think I liked how group 3 grouped them together based on the numbers of our issue statement.
I would agree with that. I think the organization of group number 3 is good, and then we can just check and make sure that all the content is there that we want.
Yeah, I agree as well.
Other folks? Does anybody disagree?
I was in that group, and I liked a lot of the way that we did have that organized. But I was just going to add the question, Mike. Are we going to group like that when we put it into our final document, or no?
It's really up to you how you want to present it.
Okay.
So, you know, in your shoes, I would want to just present your intent and your thoughts as clearly as you can so that other folks don't misunderstand. Okay, going once, twice, 3 times. Copy it over, Sarasaurus. One thing I think I would do in the final document is just replace the numbers with, you know, some sort of brief heading that makes clear which problems they're addressing. But for now, you know, I think they're fine. All right, so on the left, we have the foundation for further work, and on the right, we have all of the work from yesterday. So let's start off looking at the stuff on the right and say, is there anything that needs to be copied over into the document on the left.
Are we just talking for the number 1 part?
Anything really. I mean, if you want to take it number 1, we could take it. I think that's a good idea, Jessica. Let's start with number 1. What should be copied over, if anything?
I think number 7 should go under number 1.
This number 7.
Yeah.
And so I thought maybe if you're looking for headings, Mike, one of the headings that you might think about on top of that one would be something along the lines of public process and plan development and plan implementation.
Why would we not just list all of the points in our issue statement? So
that would make even more sense.
You want to do
think
that
about
now?
that.
We could just do that for clarity.
Okay.
I think that might help. Let's Sarasaurus, let's go back to the issue statement and just copy over what each of those numbers refers to. And we can carve it down and make it a little more concise later.
Is this, sorry, is this the one that goes there?
Yes. Yes. It could be that the first and the third bullet actually say the same thing. It's up to you guys.
Well, you're seeing the future, Druska, because after we add things, we're going to look for ways to combine
Okay.
and subtract things.
Okay.
Let me know if you guys want me to scroll further down on this right document.
Sarasaurus, could you add maximize collaborative opportunities for their first bullet point? Just the word collaborative, I think, is important there. Thank you.
Sarasaurus, what? Oh, never mind. You switch back. Okay.
Hey, Mike, I
Sure.
believe in our group, under number 1, we kind of emphasized local input as well.
Okay. Do you want to modify one of the existing ones or add?
Could you modify the public input one and say maintain public input in setting ELK objectives while emphasizing local knowledge? Or
We do I have think
Uh,
it's, that I think one. it's, oh, go ahead, Ellie.
The last one on number 5. I don't know if we want to duplicate things for every number.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I saw that one too, and I assume that, something like maximizing local input is going to fall in multiple times. So maybe it's okay to duplicate it right now, and then we can combine it. But I think you're right. Like, it has a place under number 5, but maybe also adding it under number 1 so that we don't forget the importance of it.
That's fine, but at some point, we'll want to deal with any duplication that's in there. But I hear what you're saying about let's put it there as a placeholder, if for no other reason. Anything else from the right that should be dragged over to the left for number 1? Disagreement.
Could we maybe put all of the headings on there? Like the number 2, number 3?
I think that is well within the skill set of Sarasaurus.
I think in talking about that number 1, that's pretty specific to objectives. So if you carry that down to that first bullet point there, that's more of a broad statement. I'm not sure that one really fits under that objective type heading.
I'm sorry, which one are you talking about, Ed?
I was talking about number 1, which is specific to population objectives, the main heading number 1.
And you wanted to, you're suggesting what change?
I guess I question the relevance of the first bullet point under that to the actual topic.
Oh,
out there.
Because it's talking about the elk management plan and
Yes, that's correct.
and not about population objectives. So what suggestion would you change? I'm sorry. What change would you suggest?
I'm just not sure it needs to even be in there. We're at this point. Maybe it fits better somewhere else, but it has no reference whatsoever to objectives.
I think there might be a place to have some overarching kind of guiding principles that might not be specific to conflicts. I mean, if we're going to organize it around just conflicts, that kind of limits the guiding principles. So maybe there's another heading we need.
Well,
what if
yeah,
we were to change that heading to, if you look at the first bullet point under disagreement, it says maximize collaborative opportunities for stakeholders to be involved in the decision-making process, both in formulating and implementing the elk management plan. If you put that as the heading and then you talk about transparency and how they're set, input and objectives, local grassroots input, and that, I don't know, that might be a way to organize it so you get all the facets that create conflict in the plan formulation implementation, but under that heading.
I kind of see where Casey was going with this suggestion too, because that statement, the maximize collaborative opportunities, honestly, that could sort of go in front of many of those other issue statements. Season like
Kind of the holy grail.
yeah, like the review of, sort of recommendation to review the plan regularly.
Well, so if you wanted to do that, you could put it under, you could have a preamble to this whole process where you're talking about what your strategic objectives are. Okay, the sort of thing that, the big picture stuff, the overarching stuff. And you could put it there along with, your recommendations for review and things like that. And so that's saying that no matter what FWP does with the elk management plan, you want it to be a collaborative opportunity for stakeholders.
Yeah, it definitely seems to flow through everything we're talking about.
I like that organization.
Sarasaurus, just for clarity, could you insert a heading above number 1 that says guiding principles? Just for the sake of consistent terminology, do you want to call it strategic principles and guiding principles? Okay. Okay, going back to number 1, is there anything else that you would like to pull across?
I'm not sure that anything about science ended up in group number 3's stuff. I'm not sure exactly which one we'd want to put it under.
I didn't understand you, Ali. I'm sorry. Old ears.
None of our points about integrating science ended up in this one that we're working on.
That's a good point. I don't even, you're right.
What if that becomes?
Go ahead, Jessica.
Go ahead, Carrie. No, go ahead, Carrie.
I was wondering if that's maybe fits under another strategic principle. I could see that applying to multiple. Is that what you were going to say, Jessica? You're nodding.
It was, yes. So if you took number 14 over from group number 1.
What do folks think about that? See, this would be one of the benefits of us meeting in a group, because we'd have a big, huge urn of Quentin Kujula FWP roast on the brew on the side that we could dose everybody up with caffeine. So pipe up, tell us what you think.
Two of the other ones.
What was that, Ali?
Thanks. Two of the other ones I noticed that didn't make it over were minimize stress on elk from long seasons, which could go on the season length and structure, number 4. And I forget, I think it was whatever group Jessica was in had something about maximizing repercussions for hunting violations.
Where would you like that to be placed?
Maybe season length and structure.
So it's maximize repercussions for hunting violations.
Yeah.
Wonder if you should put improve instead of, or I don't know, improve doesn't sound good either.
You know, I have a comment on that one that we just put there that I would really hate to have a Leo think that they have had discretion taken out of their hands when they look at hunting violations or whatever might be going on there. And so I'm wondering, is for somebody that put that out there, can you tell me a little bit more why you were thinking that?
Yeah, I would speak to that. That's one I brought up. It seems like in the whole big picture of things, some of those fines and things are pretty puny compared to the economy as a whole. I guess the thing I see is it costs more to fill your truck up with gas than it does to pay a ticket for trespassing. So I'm not sure we should say that we need to maximize those repercussions. What we would like to see from our side of the table is just a review of those repercussions and make sure that they're both fair and maintain some flexibility in there. We don't want to beat everybody up, but at the same time, if we have a serious issue, we would expect some sort of a serious fine.
And also,
Go ahead.
sorry, I was just gonna say something else to consider too, is we're not talking here about maximizing their implementation. We're talking about the rule setting. The Leo would still have discretion in the enforcement of that.
I don't think it's our job to get into how hunting violations are managed.
I kind of
think
agree with.
That's a sticky
I do
wicket.
think this is outside of the scope, but I think that would be best left to the legislature. I was just really trying to get some feedback, like from Ed. $100 for a trespass, that's almost what a trespass fee is anymore. So, misdemeanor, not enough bite in that. Is that what I'm hearing from you, Ed?
Yes, that would be exactly right. When you have people traveling long distances and spending a lot of money in town on motel rooms, fuel, and that kind of thing, and then doing exactly what you say, making plans to trespass and then paying a small fee if they get caught.
Yep.
It seems sort of out of line right now.
Ed, I agree with you. I'd like to see stronger rules. I just wonder if we're kind of, this document will be going to the wrong people. I think that conversation needs to go to your county attorneys and your local judges. You look at the trophy mule deer fine, I think is a $10,000 fine. And when was the last time a poaching of a trophy mule deer was at a $10,000 fine, or even a bighorn sheep is a $25,000 fine? So they've got that. They've got those stiff penalties in place right now. It's just that our local attorneys and our local judges have not been handing those down, But yeah, I wonder if this is more, if that conversation should be headed towards the legislature and and our local elected officials.
So this is a question for Lindsay. To what extent is enforcement included in an elk management plan?
Sorry, Mike, I was trying to find my unmute button. In the current plan, it doesn't mention much about enforcement itself. And I think, in this conversation, it's not only referring to elk, it's referring to a number of other species. And so the issue of hunting violations and trespassing, et cetera, is bigger than just elk. So for what that's worth, the current plan, the 2005 plan, doesn't reference much about actual enforcement or violations. It's more season structure and objectives.
So maybe enforcement, as Druska suggested, is beyond the scope of an elk management plan. Do folks agree with that or disagree?
I agree with that, Mike. I think going to Ed's thoughts under point number 6 there on the left-hand side, we could probably look to address his thoughts a little bit more with hunter behavior, which I think are totally worth doing.
Okay, so let's kill repercussions for hunting violations unless somebody strongly objects. Does anybody have an objection? Okay, hearing none. So what else can we pull across?
Are we talking for the whole document?
Well, yeah, Allie started the problem, and so let's blame her. But yeah, let's. I think the whole document's fine, unless you want to go item by item.
If nobody cares a lot, could we just do initially by section? That's easier for me.
That's okay with me.
Okay. So are we done with number 1, or do we need to drag some more over?
do folks think that point number 10 from group 2s, does that belong in the bullet number 1 of the guiding principles, or does that belong somewhere else, or have we covered that? I'm trying to figure out where that goes.
I don't think we've covered that, Marcus. I think I was going to suggest that we include that in kind of the second bullet point under number 2 instead of all land ownership, but
I agree.
Yeah, I agree also. That's a pretty good statement that we worked quite a bit on. It needs to be included somewhere.
So I need help with the second bullet. Saying the phrase maximize elk distribution on the landscape across all land ownership makes me super uncomfortable. And I also didn't know about a maximize, minimize in one sentence.
yeah, Druska, I kind of thought put that number 10 in place of that second bullet point. I was thinking of taking that second bullet point out.
Our thought with that second bullet was just that, just to address the distribution issue, not to say that we want to have the most possible elk.
But don't you think it says it in the one we just transferred over to maximize satisfaction with distribution for all those bullets, hunters, landowners, wildlife enthusiasts, outfitters, ag? They're all going to be different.
True, but if the landowners are satisfied with the distribution, I would assume that, you know, the sweet spot of finding where the landowners and the hunters are both, and wildlife enthusiasts are all satisfied with the distribution has been what's elusive. So it seems like this way everybody has an equal seat at the table as far as a goal of being comfortable with how the elk are distributed on the landscape.
So just so I understand, Dan, are you advocating for the bulleted maximize satisfaction, or the one?
Yeah, I like the one that's broken out that we moved over from group 2, I think, because it keeps everybody at the table, and everybody, the way that's written, you know, should have the equal opportunity to become maximally satisfied with distribution.
Okay.
Folks agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. That highlighted one there, that maximize elk distribution, that drives me away right away.
I agree.
Anybody else? Okay, let's get rid of the highlighted bullet.
Yeah, sorry, I got booted out there for some reason, but I agree with deleting that one and replacing it with number 10.
Okay, thanks. So we've been working together long enough that I don't feel the need to poke anybody that's being quiet. I'm going to assume that silence is consent. And if you have an objection or an alternative idea, that you'll go ahead and speak up. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What else can we drag across?
Do we want to add elk in front of distribution there in that number 10 bullet that we just added? Or is it implied? I don't know. It seems like it should have elk in
I'd
there.
put elk in there.
So on the third bullet point that is there on maximize partnerships with private landowners and FWP, I think that's going to be a problem if we leave for hunter access on private lands. We need to have the partnerships working well. And then, you know, I think it will become easier for hunters to have access. If landowners, if those partnerships are poor, then you just want to opt out. And that's no good for anybody.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think in the one that we worked on, we took that that portion out.
Yeah.
What
Could you?
What if we were
change
just
it?
to put satisfaction of partnerships? I mean, because the partnerships are about, I mean, the access doesn't come unless landowners are happy with how things are being managed and, you know, are comfortable with the plan. So, but if you put just effectiveness of partnerships between private landowners and FWP regarding hunting access on private lands, I think hunters don't get access unless landowners are happy. So that's, I mean,
What if we generalize the access piece? I think that's an important piece to capture somehow. And what if we generalize that a little bit broader into another bullet? This is, you know, something into the lines of maximizing hunter access to elk, whether that's on public land or private land, you know, looking at those distribution issues or problematic concentrations that could occur anywhere on private land as well as public land.
Agree.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Anybody disagree?
I'm okay with that as long as you take it off the third bullet.
Is that okay with folks?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I think that actually broadens that bullet point as a tool to include all potential partnerships, whether there's access or not. So that works for me.
I guess I have a question. Does that somehow imply that the FWP or other people are have a free rein to work somehow on some sort of a forced access type thing? I guess I'm just kind of shooting in the dark here, but I'm a little bothered by that.
I don't think it implies forced access at all. I think it's encouraging partnerships or relationships that would encourage access.
Yeah, that's kind of how I interpret it too. But I mean, Ed, if there's a way to tweak it so that, you know, maybe someone doesn't jump to the same conclusion you did, that's might be good to improve it if you have any ideas.
Could it just be a sub bullet under the one right above it rather than a bullet, standalone bullet on its own?
I guess in my mind, it was looking at it more broadly than just access to elk on private land. You know, there's problematic concentrations of elk on public land as well. And so ensuring that access is available or ensuring access to elk is considered sort of across the board to help improve those conflicts and concentrations and distribution issues.
What if it said maximize hunter access to elk on the landscape? Is that too vague? Then you'd get away from saying on private.
Well, I think the bigger issue here is that if hunters are going to be a tool in managing elk populations, they need to have access to elk, regardless of where they are. And so I agree with Carrie. I would feel more comfortable if we just left it at maximize hunter access to elk, because that's a guiding principle that will help them then say, we've got a problem here on this landlocked piece of public land with elk concentration, we have to address it. So I think we leave it broad and say access to elk and leave off on the landscape.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Everybody else okay with it?
You know, the only thing I'm fine with it. I just wonder how that could be interpreted in a way that says suddenly, well, we need to do an elk season in May because we're trying to maximize hunter access to elk, and how you kind of continue to tie that into, you know, managing the elk in a way that is, we had it somewhere. You know, just at some point the hunting season's over and we move on to other, maybe with hunter access during established seasons. I don't know. And maybe that's, you know, I'm thinking too far ahead, or how things might change.
Maybe we could put, oh, go ahead.
I don't think that I don't think the sportsman or the fishing game would tolerate a scenario like you just presented.
And maybe something just a broader, none of these are standalone recommendations. So, under a strategic principle of using the best available science and maximizing collaborative opportunities, that plays into, I think, all of these other guiding principles below. So I think, Dan, kind of some of your concerns that you could see leading down that path, I would hope that these are kind of considered collectively.
That makes sense.
I think I see what Dan is saying, where, I mean, that implies access in space and time. And what I'm hearing is access in space. So does the group want to leave it open to interpretation as time and space, or do you want to restrict it, like somebody said earlier, like on the landscape?
Do we need to restrict that here? Can we restrict it down farther down in number 4 where we actually talk about the season length and structure?
Yeah, I think that's really up to you. I mean, you could leave it as it is. I think it'll be fine. I'm just trying to understand the intent of the group.
The intent
How about-
would actually, excuse me.
That was my fault.
I think it's actually to the landscape is the intent of it, not time.
Dreska, what were you going to say?
Something along that, maximize hunter access to elk for the seasons allowable. Something like that. That would put a time. Or for the seasons defined by the management plan.
You have a bullet down under number 4. It's maintain widespread opportunity to hunt elk. Is that the same thing?
Yeah, I think it's covered elsewhere, really.
Well, I guess it just depends. Like, are we at a point where we are shrinking down the lists, or are we just? I mean, in my mind, that maximizing hunter access to elk addresses specifically this issue, and obviously, yeah, that can address other issues. And
well, we can move on and just leave it as it is. And I'm just trying to make sure that we capture accurately what the group is thinking.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but a major rule change would have to take place by FWP to allow seasons. Right now, August 15th to February 15th is the maximum allowable.
Right. So if you clarified on that bullet, maximize hunter access to elk according to seasons allowed in the management plan, that would cover it. It's a statute issue that we can't really change anyway, but it would let them know what our intention was, time-wise versus space and time.
What if we simply said maximize hunter access to elk during the general season?
I say just tie it to the statute. Maximize hunter access to elk according to statute. And then if there's individual issues, they will be addressed appropriately in the season setting process and all of that.
I like how
The other thing you could just say is maximize hunter access to elk during established FWP seasons, and leave it at that. And because they do have that Feb 15 guideline, and they have a lot of internal sideboards that kind of guide what is even capable of being proposed and what is not.
I disagree, Dan, because you're saying according to established seasons, so that ties you to just what's going on right now.
Yep. That could, yeah.
There was somebody else that started to weigh in. I don't know if it was Mark or Everett or Casey.
I just said what Ed had just said, the way he said it. I appreciated it at that moment.
I think if it's tied to statute, it still allows the process to work. You know, maybe we move away from shoulder seasons. Maybe there's places we need shoulder seasons. But one thing we've talked about here a lot is flexibility. And I think if we just tie it to statute, there's plenty of flexibility within the statute to evaluate a particular proposal and either move it forward or deep six it.
Well, we're assuming that anything that's going to be in this plan abides by statute, right?
Yeah.
They aren't going to break the law.
Well, and that would be true of everything we put on here, you know, including minimizing crop depredation within allowable laws and rules established. I mean, that's kind of we could say that about many of these and kind of put that qualifier of within statute or within regulation.
Yeah, I would say statute or regulation, just because there's a bunch, I'm sure there's some season settings that are very, you know, FWP is relying on regulations through that are not, you know, they're consistent with the statutes, but they're not called for under the statute. So
I like it more general, leaving it as it is, because the issue goes beyond just season setting and structure. It includes landlocked land. You know, it includes public lands that are inaccessible to people because of ownership. So that, you know, getting access to places that elk are is an important goal, and it gets at this distribution issue. So I guess I'd rather not limit it.
Yeah, just leave it as is and move on.
Is that okay with people?
I agree.
Going once, twice, 3 times, moving on. Back to dragging things across.
One thing that my group yesterday, I think it was Casey that brought up, but there's room for maximized coordination between land agencies, you know, between the Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife, BLM, whatnot.
Do you want that under number 2?
Yeah, I think so, Sarah.
Pterosaurus.
I can't tell you how happy this is making me.
Did we ask her if we could call her that?
No, but Sarah and I have been working together about 10 years, and we're at a point where, yeah, there's no point in asking. So she's just used to it.
I'll get you back somehow.
I know.
One thing that would help is when we bring something over, if we wiped it off, I'm finding myself rereading the same things over and over.
Okay, I've kind of got some of them circled. So 7 and 8 in group 2, we brought over. And we brought 14 over to the strategic principles. Wait, look, I lost my 14. Sorry, nope, not that one. The science one.
If we can delete them without getting rid of the row numbers, I think that might be clearest.
You could just highlight them.
Yeah, or cross them out. So that's good.
And so Pterosaurus, the 7 and 8 I was referring to, I didn't realize you had group 2 down, was up in group 1.
Okay.
So that might, because I'm not sure what those two say. Sorry for the confusion there. So we pulled those two over and we put number 14 there as a strategic principle. Okay. And now in group 2, we pulled number 2 over. And we pulled number 10 over. You've got that, and number 11, yeah. I think those are the only for sure ones that I have.
Points for organization, Dreska. Is there anything else that we got pulled over? Does that help, Ed?
That was Pat that asked for that. Yes, it does help.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pat. Or am I sorry, Ed? Which one? Who do I owe the apology to?
I don't think either one, but it does make it easier. I like the way we're doing it now.
Okay.
Number 10 in under number 1. So didn't we just put that over maximize partnerships? We said maintain with private landowners. We said maximize partnerships with private landowners. So I think that one can go.
This is a strategic principle here.
Well, I like where this is going. So now we can just kind of go group 1 by group 2, 3, and 4. So is there anything else from the principles in group 1 that should be dragged to the left?
Not sure if we've addressed them in some other way, but group 1 had 2 points that were interesting. They were maintain non-resident elk hunting opportunities and maximize resident elk hunting opportunities. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to find if they're captured somewhere else, but I'm not sure.
They could be bullets under maintain hunting as a tool, which is in, I think it's the second bullet down in number 2. There we go. Maintaining hunting as a primary tool. We could put maintain non-resident elk and maximize resident elk, if anybody wanted to put them there. But that's bullets with bullets, so I don't know if that's okay.
Well, so for the folks that came up with those, was your intent to deal with problematic distributions, or was your intent to deal with hunter opportunity?
Opportunity.
Okay, so would that go under season length and structure?
It could,
Yes.
but it's another one of those other ones that has some benefits of both. I'm fine with it being in either category.
I think it'd probably be better under season length and structure.
Is that okay with folks?
Sure.
Good by me.
Okay. Anything else, any other thing from group 1 we should drag across?
have we confronted number 9 in what we're doing?
Yes, it's right here under number 2.
And does the fair chase thing go down where we talk about hunting? Is it 4? It has a lot of hunting stuff.
I think it best fits there, Jessica.
Okay.
We have it under conflicts.
Up on number 2.
Oh, do we? Yes, we do. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Where would you prefer it stays?
I'm okay either place.
Well, is fair chase part of the solution to concentrations, or is it more a question of how the hunting season is structured?
I would say it's a value of how the season's structured and how we structure our hunts. So my sense is it'd be down below under number 4.
I think it's a value.
I also think it's speaking to hunter behavior, which is point.
Yes.
So move it down.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, I would even put it under point number 6, not point number 4.
Yeah, where is, that's what I was trying to see, is where that was.
Ah, I forgot 6 was there.
Yes.
And
Okay.
it's basically the same as the one above it, right?
Well, I can think of an example, for example, like just south of where, down by Gardner with Deckard Flats, where we've closed Deckard Flats, not because it was facilitating, it was a great place to harvest elk, but it was not fair chase and it was super dangerous. So that was a season structure. That was a fair chase. It was public safety, but it was also fair chase. So I can see where it would be both. It does play a role in how we set up the seasons too. So I don't know. I think it could be in either place. But the department does look at that one, how it sets up seasons, I think, and what's fair to the animals and what's not.
I think what Mike was asking is the bullet point immediately above it. The only word that's different is technology. And if we deleted technology and deleted that second bullet point, it could encompass all of that we're talking about right there.
I think that technology point needs to be in there somewhere, though. We spent quite a bit of time talking about that and some of the advantages.
So then I think
it needs to be in there, some kind of technology reference.
Is there any reason it can't be in both places, Mike, if it's a role, it plays a role in both kind of thought processes or both sections?
Yeah, you want to try and keep these as independent as you can. And, that doesn't mean they don't affect other things. But, it's just a question of organizing them. A lot of the things that, we've talked about here are going to have multiple effects across issues. So I think it's just a question of where's the best place to put it and then only have it in there once.
Okay. I don't have a strong opinion either way, so whatever the group thinks.
Just if it's multiple, does it mean it might make sense to put it as a strategic one or not?
I'm not sure it's big enough to be a strategic. Is there any way to just combine those 2 bullets? Maintain fair chase principles in hunting and
Adoption of new hunting technology.
I actually agree with Casey. I think the fair chase principle is a guiding principle since it impacts so much of what we do as hunters.
So I'm not sure, was that Casey that said that?
Casey and Marcus.
Oh,
Both.
okay, Casey and Marcus. So I'm hearing three things. Thing number one is leave fair chase principles in number 6 and combine it with hunting technology. Or leave hunting technology and fair chase principles and then move the broader fair chase principles in the management of hunting up under season setting. Or you could make fair chase principles a strategic objective where no matter what, you would want those to be part of the elk management plan.
I like your last or.
Okay, so here's a scenario. If you are doing an elk management removal hunt or a game damage hunt, those aren't fair chase. They're strictly for mitigation or depredation.
But I think you could argue that they're not a hunt either, that they're a depredation kill.
Well, but they don't call them that. I mean,
You call them emergency, is it or emergency management removals or EMRs? I can't remember.
do they call that same thing when it's a crop damage? Or is it still a damage?
You know, those were always, game damage management seasons, and certainly, that I think part of the reason, we did that brucellosis elk management plan the first time. The issue at that time, one of the issues was that and it certainly wasn't your place, but other places that were going to do late season or EMRs didn't necessarily qualify under management hunt or game damage hunt principles. So that was where the brucellosis management plan gave the department and gave the commission, or the commission had the flexibility to set up a hunt, even though it isn't, like you say, a fair chase per se. It was more of a management action. It was just using hunters instead of like the rancher or gunners.
Right, but I'm guessing I would, I think a blanket statement of using fair chase principles in the management of hunting, I think it blurs the line on those different management actions you guys can take, or FWP can take.
I think I hear what Druska is saying, and so if I get this wrong, tell me. But it's conceivable. Okay, so fair chase is not all encompassing for the elk management plan. There are other aspects of elk management that aren't just about fair chase hunting. And so is it conceivable? I'm not talking about likely. Is it conceivable that a season structure could be set up that was contrary to fair chase?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. So for example, say, and I think these guys in Idaho were talking, remember when we had that presentation by the wildlife managers out of Idaho, he was talking about how they were having problems with those elk in the cornfields, and the only time the elk go into the cornfields is at night. So they were using state of Idaho game wardens or whatever to actually harvest and move those elk off that crop at night, because it wasn't quote unquote fair chase, and the hunting community didn't want to be a part of it, even though it understood why it had to happen. At least that's how I understood what he said.
I agree.
So what do you folks, I'm sorry.
I think it might be in the wording, because management hunts or depredation hunts or kill permits are not labeled as a season, so it may be in the wording.
Well, what do you think of moving the highlighted verbiage up to season length and structure?
It's good by me.
Other folks?
I think that's good because when we're talking about season structure and then number 6, we're talking really about hunter behavior and improving that relationship between hunters and landowners.
I think it works.
Anyone else? Once, twice?
Could we just put general season in front of hunting, and then just kind of to Kevin's point, I mean, if damage hunts aren't considered fair chase, then that's separate from the general season in most cases.
But it doesn't include shoulder seasons if you say that, does it?
Or manage.
It does actually, because they're now in the book.
Okay.
I would assume isn't that how the department looks at it, Lindsay? That you guys are putting them in the elk hunting regulations, deer elk regulations, so it's considered part of the season structure process that FWP goes through every 2 years?
Well, and you can make the argument too that shoulder seasons aren't typically fair chase either.
Well, they can be.
They can be. So can damage hunts.
Mhm. Okay, so now I'm really confused.
Sorry, Dan, what was the first part of your question about how the department views shoulder seasons? Is that what the question?
Oh, I think the question was whether we were trying to figure out what, whether shoulder seasons are considered to be part of the quote unquote general season because they're part of the hunting regulation books the department puts out every year.
So just as far as terminology goes, they are not considered part of the general season, but they are a season that does get passed by the commission. And this year it was on an annual basis. But a shoulder season is defined as being outside of the general season. And so there is a distinction between the two. But we do consider them a season that is separate from things like game damage or something like that. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Basically game damage and management seasons, they're kind of set up through different qualification standards, whereas the shoulder season, there's no qualification. It's just whether you're in a district that's over objective and you want to allow access.
Correct. Yeah, there isn't, there doesn't have to be some sort of minimum standards. There doesn't have to be, it's if you're over objective and there's adequate access there. And then of course we reevaluate those. This year it was on an annual basis because they only passed it for 1 year last year in the commission meeting.
So to Marcus's point, then you could just put management or principles in the management of general season hunting. Because that's a for sure.
That wasn't Marcus. I actually.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm glad you said something because I was actually going to advocate that we leave it as is. I think that you can incorporate some element of fair chase hunting in whatever hunting you're doing, whether that be during a damage hunt or not. I think that there's principles there that apply regardless of what the situation is. And so I would feel more comfortable if we left it the way it is, because I think what we're trying to encourage is that idea of fair chase, even though things may not always be fair chase, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if I'm making sense.
I agree with that, Marcus.
Okay.
And I think that does make sense. I mean, there are going to be times when people or FWP or whomever are trying to weigh, fair chase is important, but so is getting elk off of this person's land. And so how do you find the compromise, or, how do you make that choice? So I think that's perfectly reasonable.
And maybe just to drive that point home, when you're doing a damage hunt, there's still the ability for the animal to escape. And so, that's a fair chase principle right there. So I think there's elements of that in all forms of hunting.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else from group one there that needs to be pulled over?
Number 12.
I think it got pulled over.
Yeah.
It did. It's in there
Somewhere.
somewhere. I saw it.
Yeah, right up there in number 2.
All right.
Number 13?
That hasn't been.
No, it's pulled over too in number 4.
Is it?
Can somebody that authored that one minimize
there it is.
kind of tell me what they were thinking there?
Edward, I think that's what trying to address the shoulder season conflict that we discussed yesterday a little bit. I think that we highlighted it as something we need to circle back around on. So I would say let's leave it over there for right now, but I think we do need to discuss how we should word it.
Is now the good time for that?
Yeah, now's as good a time as any.
So how do we determine what's an acceptable stress level for elk?
I don't know if it's as much as we're talking about the stress level as much as just talking about how the seasons continue to get longer and longer.
But they're statutorily limited, is that correct?
Yes.
It's more of
You
an
can't-
FWP policy that says, I think, that as of FW, we just don't have traditional hunters on the landscape because after February 15th, obviously because all the cow elk, not all of them, but a lot of them are pregnant. And, you know, that was always, that's where it got tricky with the brucellosis, is because the risk level really goes up after February 15th. So that's where a lot of those new tools had to be developed.
So if we were to minimize stress on elk and using that language and FWP was to be successful, wouldn't that mean 0 hunting seasons? That would be the least amount of stress on elk, right?
Well, and I wonder how that's measured too. If we could provide this as a guiding principle, how does FWP measure the success of that?
That's my question. So I guess I'm just wondering if somebody could tell me a little bit more, whoever authored that portion, what you were trying to convey, that would be helpful for me.
Well, I think we were trying to exactly what it was either Everett or I'm not sure who was saying, but you know, the other thing to think about is the stress on elk, and Marcus would probably have a better sense of this than me, but you know, treating the animals in a way that is less, you know, a little bit, you know, not imposing a huge bunch of stress, running them all the time. Isn't that kind of also a fair chase principle?
Correct.
Yeah, there's a social component to that. So I wonder if it's worth sort of discussing the social tolerance of maybe the deeper underlying issue.
So we,
I'm sorry, Jessica. So is it more than about a sportsman's perspective on how long we're hunting versus how much stress we're actually causing on elk?
I think that the language of this one was specifically trying to address what we had in our issue statement about shoulder seasons. And I don't have that in front of me, but it might be helpful to look at it. One way we could flip it around would be to basically try to say something about maximizing using the general season as the primary tool for elk population management, something to that extent.
I think that's already in the shoulder season concept. That's one of the guiding principles of the shoulder season, is that there has to be a certain percentage of the harvest within a given district occurring within the general season to qualify for a shoulder season.
It isn't the idea of a shoulder season also to apply the stress on the animals so they do not stay on private property so much?
It's definitely part of it to try to get them back onto the places we want them in the winter, which I assume is mostly public land, their winter range, rather than down in the valley floor eating all the hay.
So my issue with this is, well, it's twofold. One, how do you even measure? It's a very subjective statement. And where do horn hunters come in? Because they create a lot of stress at a really bad time. And because of what Dan just said, having to do with, you know, the elk risk is greatest in March, April, and May. And we haze, and that's hard on them. So when does that become a problem within that statement?
I think people are getting hung up on the word stress, and I think it was more directed, I think it came out of our group, but I think it was more directed at, we have this issue in our issue statement of a pretty large percentage of Montanans have a problem with 6-month seasons, and we never address that in the sub bullet points.
So it's a social piece where there's not a social tolerance for that long season in what we're observing or what we're hearing.
Yeah, it was just that issue of the 6-month seasons and trying to get words on paper to, you know, that was by no means the end point. It was just, you know, we've got that sub or that option number 4, and we never really talked about season length or structure underneath it.
I have one more question. Isn't February 15th a statute?
My recollection is it's a policy, but not, I don't remember honestly.
Ashley,
From my knowledge, there's several different ARM rules that refer to it. I don't believe it's in statute, but it's referenced in the hunting season extension rule, and then also some of the game damage stuff. So that date is laid out in some of the administrative rules of Montana, but I don't think it's in statute, and I might be wrong, but I do know it's referenced in those 2 rules that we use for other things.
Lindsay, do you know when those rules came about?
I could look for you really quick. I had them in that presentation. Let me look and I'll get back to you.
I just wonder if it's something like, you know, it's not right now, February 15th. And then if we've got another 10 years of chronically over objective units, is it then going to be March 15th and then May 1st and until you're eventually hunting elk 12 months out of the year?
So I've got a question. I'm not sure who mentioned that a lot of Montanans are uncomfortable with the 6-month hunting season. What is the source of that discomfort? So the word stress was in there, and maybe that's not the right word, but what is behind the feelings that 6 months is too long?
I can speak on behalf of a handful of landowners in central Montana. They are tired of being asked for access to hunt elk for 6 months out of the year. I understand part of where they're coming from. By the time it gets, some of them are January, February calvers. They're busy. They don't want people traipsing all over the land. They can tell them no, but they can't stop the phone calls. They're tired for that long of a season.
Okay.
And it's not.
I was consistent with my experience too. I mean, when we were first looking at shoulder seasons, you know, there's obviously a lot of sportsman pushback, but there was significant landowner discomfort with the fact that the 6-week season the 5-week season was suddenly going to become the 20-week season.
Okay. Are there other reasons that people feel like 6-month season is too long?
And
I guess in our situation, most of our elk concentration begins historically has come with the increase of archery hunting that cleans all the elk off the public land. So that's always the end of the season that I look at shortening up.
Hey, Mike, this is Marcus.
Yo.
I think you know, as I talk to a lot of hunters, they're sharing experiences like being able to walk up within a foot of elk because they're so tired by February 15th, or getting an elk and walking up to it and seeing, you know, a baby kicking around inside of its stomach. So there's things like that happen and then get shared around, like I'm doing right now, that create a discomfort with pushing elk into the late winter.
Okay. Anything else behind discomfort with a 6-month season?
I think there's a lot of hunters that look across at other states that have even, you know, 5 or 7 day seasons and are able to lower that bell curve of hunters on the landscape and don't necessarily have the harboring issues that we have in Montana. And I think it provides a lot of heartburn when 6-month seasons and we just continually hunt them harder and longer.
Okay. So
I guess this is just a question, but would increased stress make elk more susceptible to disease?
Definitely, yeah, I think so.
Well, I, as a scientist, conceptually, yes, but it really depends on the level of stress. So here's what I'm going to propose. And I suspect folks won't like it at first. But if there are reasons to try and, you know, there are folks out there that think that seasons should not be so long, then an appropriate guiding principle would be to minimize season length. Now, that is in direct contrast to several other guiding principles, okay, which is okay, because then it would be asking FWP to figure out how to most effectively do those other things in as little time as possible. All right.
I like that approach, but
so even though, you know, taken by itself, that principle could be taken to a ridiculous extreme. Considering all the other principles that are in there, it would just act as a constraint. We want you to do effective elk management, but don't take forever.
I like that approach, Mike. I think it's something that I don't know if we're going to necessarily be able to capture the thought in this guiding principle, but something that would require thinking outside the box on not necessarily a 5-week rifle season or maybe 5 1-week seasons, you know, but that's, you know, I just think it requires outside the box thinking.
I'm totally against the 5 1-week seasons.
I'm not suggesting that, Patrick. I'm just suggesting thoughts outside the box.
So I'm not a hunter, so I don't want to say I don't care how long the hunting season is, because I see the toll that it takes on my household when they're fielding calls and, you know, helping people get to them and all of that. My concern is, for me, it's always about disease. And so if you say, get your management done in a shorter time period, when the most critical time for us is March, April, and May, what are we doing for those landowners who are providing the habitat? And that's where the elk are, and it's the worst time ever to have them.
Well, I think that's a really good point, Druska, and that's when, you know, somebody's going to have to make some hard decisions within FWP, because on one hand, you know, a season that extends through May may be really unpopular with some Montanans, but it's necessary for some landowners, okay? And they're going to have to deal with that trade-off. They're going to have to figure that out. But, you know, in order to require consideration of that trade-off, you need to capture both perspectives.
And I'd offer, if we take a step back as a hunter, does this statement represent all hunting perspectives, or as many as we can?
I was just going to say something to that effect, Carrie. I think what we need to do is be a little bit more high level with this idea, and be responsive to the public comment as it comes in. Dan, I was going to ask you the question, and I forgot what it was, but it was essentially the responses that you've gotten on season length as a commissioner. Was it to keep it or shorten it? Do you know?
Well, it depends. I mean, there was it's a real trade-off, I think, as Mike was alluding to. There's an effectiveness. Everybody needs elk management to be effective to keep landowner tolerance in a place that is, elk are tolerated on the landscape. So you want effective management, but there was a point, and certainly, as the group south of Canyon Ferry and a lot of those folks on the eastern or western side of the Shields just said, we're tired. And they wanted more precision type hunts where, say, you do a management season or a game damage season. One of the things about the shoulder season is it didn't include that reasonable public access component. So I would say that, for landowners, they want the elk managed and harvested, but they also grow tired at some point. And it really depends on, I think, how badly you're impacted by elk in the winter. And so it is kind of a decision I think the local biologist has to make with the department to figure out what's the appropriate balance.
Yeah, and I think that's really good. I was thinking about what's in our preamble and the issue statement about having flexibility and adaptability. And I think that you have to be more precise, whether it's hunting district or even smaller than that, on how we apply things. And I think shoulder seasons have really evolved in the past few years to help with that. And so I'm really understanding the idea that we don't want elk hunted 12 months out of the year, but certainly in some circumstances, there are landowners that are just, as you said, exhausted. So the management needs to happen when it needs to happen, regardless of when the calendar says that it is.
I'd like to make a point. I think we're always talking about landowner tolerance when we're talking about elk objectives, and there's something that's far greater than that. When the land cannot support the over objective numbers of elk, then that affects the health of the elk herd, the deer herds, everything else. So I don't think it's always a landowner thing.
So here's a suggestion. And part of where this is coming from is communicating this kind of stuff out has been a challenge historically, because people that have not been down in the trenches in this process may not understand everything that this group comes up with. And if you have something like minimized season length, and there are going to be some folks out there that freak out. Why do you want to do that? So even though from a decision analysis point of view, minimized season length might work best, what do you think about something like minimize season length needed to address management objectives?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
So someone said this earlier, and I was trying to find it, but I can't. So if someone knows what I'm referencing, please speak up. There's a current phrase in the current elk management plan that says something to the effect of the department will maximize harvest during the general season. And I think that gets at what we're trying to say here, is that we want to do the bulk of our harvest during the time when elk are the most resilient. And that doesn't disallow for special management hunts to help with crop damage or, elk taking up residence where they shouldn't. So I would just throw out that I think if we said something like maximize the harvest during the general season, that gets at this idea of not extending the seasons too far, focusing on the hunt when biologically they're best able to handle it. It also would play well with the perception from the folks that read this. And it leaves the flexibility for hunts that need to happen to limit damage to private property.
Yeah,
I think that's well said.
I agree. And do away with the one above it.
Does that get at what the folks who wrote the original thing were trying to get at? I want to make sure we capture that because I think it's important.
I feel it does. And I was one of the ones that brought the stress component forward. And it's that it is not science-based. It's a knee-jerk reaction from sportsmen that are compassionate about elk and landowners being aggravated by their phone ringing for 6 months. So I think maximizing harvest during general season captures both of those, and it's pretty easy to understand.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good sort of summation of the discussion too. And I'm wondering now that it's kind of phrased like this, does it fit under issue number 2 a little bit better, since we took a focus on harvest and objectives rather than the length of the season itself?
I think it fits best under 4, Carrie, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's more of a hunting opportunity thing. I mean, it could go either one. I see your point, but I'm comfortable with it where it is.
I do like where we're headed with that new bullet, but I don't think that it will solve the concerns about stress and landowners being called. Just because I think that will continue to happen. I mean, it only takes one hunter to cause a lot of stress on an elk herd. So, I mean, if we want to address those issues, I don't think that would address it, but maybe it could be in there anyway. But if we want to address those other issues, I don't think we're going to get there with that.
I mean, I think where we started with this whole thing originally was recognizing that there's conflict amongst stakeholders on use of shoulder seasons and the impacts of those long seasons on the elk herds. And there are stakeholders that would prefer the season be the longest and that there be the maximum, the most animals killed during that season, because they're all in on one side. And there's people that would prefer that those shoulder seasons don't exist at all. So we're trying to get all of those, we're trying to get a guiding principle that recognizes all of those interests around shoulder seasons and kind of puts it on paper. And I think, at least from my perspective, it's getting at the elk stress piece. I don't know if it gets at all those interests or not. And my concern with I like maximize harvest during the general season. I think we all know what that means, but there needs to be some kind of qualifier around harvest, because we're not actually saying we're trying to kill the most elk possible during the general season. We're just saying that of the harvest that occurs during any given season, we want the majority of it to happen during the general season.
Yeah, I think that could be solved with overall harvest or total annual harvest if we inserted that.
Why not just add to reduce the need for longer seasons or special seasons to the end of the sentence?
I like that, Kevin.
I do too.
So one of the conflicts that was talked about was landowner exhaustion with the length of hunts. Hunt coordinators are used in different places that FWP provides them or whatever, I think. Would some statement about maximizing the use of hunt coordinators be of benefit anywhere?
Yeah, to your point, Jessica, I think a lot of hunters just don't realize they're even there, that there is somebody like that in each office. So some kind of feedback towards that by FWP would be really helpful.
I would speak to that a little bit. We have our own way of dealing with hunter calls. We only take calls on 1 day per year for the general season, where we book the entire season. And then for the shoulder season, the first year we did it, we booked the people for the shoulder season also, because the Fish and Game really was not prepared to handle the volume of calls that they were going to get. So we handled it the first year, and then the next year I made some suggestions. They upgraded their capabilities, and they have since had hunt coordinators. So that's what we use for the shoulder season, and it works wonderful. They just call the Fish and Game. The Fish and Game coordinates with us. They only hunt when there's elk available to the hunt. The rest of the time, there's no people out there. So it works wonderful for us.
So we're getting into the weeds a little bit on how to solve the problem. And so just feeding back what I'm hearing, for any number of reasons, there is a pressure to, let's reduce the total amount of time that elk are being pushed around by hunters. Let's reduce the total amount of time that landowners have to answer their phone. Okay, so that going back to what I said before, that suggests that there is a principle of, let's try and get this done as efficiently as we can in the amount of time, in a short amount of time as we can. So if you're not comfortable saying minimize season length, what is the better way of saying that you're looking for efficiency, realizing that efficiency is going to be evaluating a trade-off between season length and something else, all these other guiding principles?
Mike, what if at the end of that sentence, we just said minimize season length and needed to address management objectives to minimize stress on both elk and landowners during the season? Or reduce.
In that sentence, when we say management objectives, what exactly are those?
That's a good question.
Those would be things that FWP decided to address your guiding principles.
Yeah, I think you could say satisfaction rates, population objectives. I think it'd be a multitude of things.
Okay.
Mike, does Marcus's statement maximize harvest during the general season to reduce the need for a longer season not address the two bullets above it?
That is something that I'm going to defer to the people who, I want to get at the intention of the folks that came up with the original principle. So really doesn't matter so much what I think, but I do hear folks saying they don't agree with that.
I mean, if what we're trying to get at is minimizing stress, from my perspective, if you need to harvest 10 elk in order to have an acceptable population by the end of the season, and you maximize that and you're able to harvest 8 or 9 elk, you got 2 elk left over, you did a pretty good job. You're going to be able to take care of that pretty strategically with, some surgical hunts. So from my perspective, if you're maximizing the amount of harvest that you do during an acceptable time, you're naturally going to minimize the stress on elk from longer seasons. Now, I don't have the science right in front of me to back that up, but that's just what my understanding is. Now, if the intent with that is to address issues with other stakeholders, then it may not get at it. And I recognize that. I recognize that even if you maximize harvests during the general season, Druska's probably still going to be getting 100 calls a day from people wanting to come hunt on her property. But I don't know if we can address the two simultaneously. We may need two separate points to address the needs that I'm hearing here.
I've got a suggestion. Let's take a break and individually mull on this. I think this is really important, and it's getting at the, you know, I think we're getting at the root of the issue. But what I'd like to do is, after our break, come back and reduce this down to one bullet. It has to do with season length. So what does the group want to say about whatever this pressure or need is to not have 6 months, 12 months, whatever seasons? What is that pressure that's saying we need to have it shorter? And it doesn't have to be any one thing, but we just need to say what we need to say, why that we need to keep seasons at a reasonable size, whatever that means. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So let's get back together at 5 minutes toward 11. We've got public comment today at 11:30, right, Lindsay?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. So let's, what I'd like to do, if at all possible, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, is pull things over from the right to the left, all the ones that we want to, so that before lunch, so that we can get to work on making your list of principles as concise as possible after lunch. Okay. All right, let's break.
Thank you.
Mark, are you there?
Yes.
I had a question for you. It seems like you've talked to quite a few people. Did you have any feeling what hunter pulses were towards a longer season, shoulder season versus a shorter damage or depredation or management hunt, if whatever?
Yeah, from the hunters, and it's not all hunters. There's a lot of people that rely on these shoulder seasons to put meat in the freezer. And there are a lot of landowners that rely on this shoulder season to get elk off their property. There's an equal amount that are tired of the phone calls, and there's a number of hunters that are effective during the 11-week season with the combination of archery and rifle to not feel the need for a shoulder season. I have no idea how to balance it and represent everyone, but if we could minimize the need for a shoulder season by maximizing harvest during the general season, I don't see how that wouldn't satisfy everybody at the table, and in turn minimize stress from the long season. I just don't know how to wrap it up all in one bullet point. I think we need two.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I'm Jekyll and Hyde on the subject because from a strictly ranching perspective, yeah, the long season helps keep the elk off me.
Yeah.
But from a personal standpoint, I mean, I love to see the elk. I don't care when it is. I mean, I'm not dealing with brucellosis like Truska, but
Yeah, that would be terrible. That would, I mean, you would have anxiety all the time, or I would.
Right.
Just
And I honestly feel sorry for the elk the longer they're chased around, because I see them ricocheting here and there, and I feel for them. I mean, I treasure the elk, and
yeah, and when they're
go ahead.
When they're pushed, it's a few areas around here, 410, 417, 412. If they see a pickup coming, I talked to an outfitter the other day. He was feeding. They saw a pickup coming, and they ran through the fence onto the neighbors. He's not. I don't think he's qualifies for a shoulder hunt, but those elk are so. It's like playing pinball with them, and they create more damage when they're pushed. Everybody, we all know all the ill effects of having them. But then I visited with a very large landowner the other night, the manager of their ranch, for 3 hours. And they rely on shoulder season to keep population down. They have cattle, but it's not their primary focus. It's a recreational property. They kill 6 bulls a year roughly, and they will not allow somebody to shoot a cow until the second week of the general season, roughly. So they rely on the shoulder season to keep their archery and rifle season with no pressure, essentially. And they have the right to do that. It's their property. They can do whatever they want within the law. But it's creating a large concentration of elk that the neighbors have to deal with.
Yep.
So I don't know I don't have the answers. I think.
Kevin, do you see the longer the season, do you see more and more elk? Do they find sanctuary on your guys' place?
Was that for me? I missed
that was for you, Kevin.
They do not seek sanctuary on our place because we're typically wide open to rifle hunters.
Are you?
As soon as the hunting pressure stops, they come to our place for feed.
Do they?
It's the place that's harboring them. Because unfortunately, we have a place right next to us that either is no access or very limited access, and they just all wad up over there. It wasn't uncommon to see 1,000 elk over there during the general season. So,
yeah, that's something that I've been trying. I don't think I've been doing a good job of it, but I've been trying to convey that I really think a thought process about the structure of the seasons might, reduce some of that, where you see 1,000 elk on one place, versus, elk are smart. They're not like a mule deer. They'll figure out pretty quickly where they're not going to get shot at, as Mark, talked about running through the fence when they see a truck. But I don't know. It just seems like this is a snowball that keeps getting bigger on the problems that we have.
Yeah, I agree. And, I don't know if we had a damage hunt. This is all personal at our ranch, and maybe it would be easier on the elk if there was a management season, whatever you call it. And hunters came out whenever I notified the FWP that there was elk there, or whether the length of season from that standpoint is better. I know which would be better I don't know if it'd be better on the stress of the elk if they get shot at every time they show up too, but at least it wouldn't be all over the entire area. And the CMR, of course, don't allow hunters during the shoulder season, which I think is actually a good thing, because maybe if they get pressure, maybe they go down next to the reservoir and maybe they stay there and they actually consume some of that forage down there. And
yeah, there's some thick grass down there. Yeah, no, that's something I think, I mean, there's good elk and bad elk. And if an elk is spending their winter on public ground, I think that makes everyone happy.
Right.
I know that that stuff out on, I don't know when the last time that it was grazed, but that stuff out on Iron Stake and whatnot, that's some pretty thick grass. It'll burn eventually and it'll go fast.
Yeah. Well, and you can't talk to the Fish and Wildlife Service. You can't explain to them that the elk are going to want to follow the livestock, because they don't want to go down there and eat 3 years worth of, or 5 or 10 years worth of residual dried up old crap forage.
I've got a pretty good relationship with 2 of the CMR guys here in Lewistown. We've even collaborated and started a chapter of the Mule Deer Foundation here in Central Montana. They seem to be open to ideas. If you want to pitch some at me, I would be glad to take them forward.
Sure, I would love to. At this point, I've talked till I was blue in the face with people around here at meetings, but maybe I'm talking to the wrong people always. So the wrong, but U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service people, I should say. And the BLM is another story entirely. You know, I've offered up ideas how to improve habitat, improve the range for my livestock, which in turn improves it for the elk. And it's like they don't even want to talk to me. It's just like no footprint sort of management. Just leave it alone, you know, graze what you're allowed to graze and get the hell out of there.
And that's the BLM.
Yes.
Mark, I think a lot of the problem that the CMR has is they're legally required, you know, once that grazing lease is retired from a family, that it goes away, you know, and I don't know, that's definitely not good in the prairie, in the pasture, you know, that's not healthy for the landscape.
No, it's not. And if that's their rule, they could have a controlled burn and eliminate a lot of that old growth on the landscape and encourage. Look at the year after a fire. It's wildlife rich environment for the most part.
Well, I know the Turkey Federation had that, and I think that was just BLM, but they had that controlled burn down the Square Buttes or 410 area.
Yeah, they did.
And I don't know how that turned out, but it sounded like it was a success.
Yeah, the Turkey Federation, I think the Elk Foundation was in on it, and the 2 gentlemen I'm talking about with the CMR spoke highly of it.
I'm sorry to interrupt, folks, but I've got 10:55, so let's get back on it. What are we going to do with this issue of season length?
I wrote something down, Mike, but it needs to be compressed. Can I read it?
Go ahead and say it.
Minimize the need for shoulder season by focusing the majority of the harvest during the general season.
Okay. What do folks think? Allie likes it.
I like it if we do away with the 3 above it.
Yeah, I think that's the idea, is we're going to compress those 3 down into 1 if we can. Everett, it looked like you were about to say something.
Yeah, Mike, this is really maybe more commentary on the conversation we've had thus far this morning, where I think we've got some competing ideas And to
We lost you. The Zoom gods are displeased with Everett, it would seem. Okay, well, Everett, if you know, you can find a way to get back on or whatever, please weigh in as soon as you can. So what else do we have as far as Mark's suggestion? What do folks think? Is this getting at what you were talking about?
I like his suggestion. I wonder if it would be okay to instead of by focusing the majority of the harvest, if we replace that with maximizing overall annual harvest.
Maximizing harvest during general season, or do you want overall annual?
Well, I think overall annual would, well, maybe it is a little redundant, but just so that we are clear that we're not trying to maximize harvest of elk. We're trying to maximize basically the overall annual objective of elk.
Everett, I thought about using the word maximize, but I didn't like the word minimize and maximize in the same sentence. And that's why I come up with focus the majority of the harvest, or concentrate the harvest during. I feel we need to concentrate our harvest during the general season, or put it into words somehow so that it flows with minimize the need for a shoulder season.
I agree, Mark.
Not
I like
eliminate
that.
it.
Focusing the majority. I tend to think the maximizing, you know, that word means to increase the harvest.
So concentrating, that's good.
I have a comment there. Instead of saying minimize the need for shoulder season, minimize the need for management, special management type seasons. Something like that. So we're not just picking on the shoulder season. Because there are situations where the elk just aren't available during the general season. They aren't available for harvest.
And Ed, I didn't mean to sound like I was picking on the shoulder season, but I feel like that's the one we're addressing due to the length of the seasons and the stress component. If the harvests weren't happening during general season because the elk weren't there, we're not eliminating the shoulder season. We just want to minimize the need.
How about if we said something like the need for extending seasons by concentrating harvest during the general season?
Well, extending. So Dan, from what you were saying earlier, it's not statute, but it's regulation or commission rule that shoulder season is a season. For the need to extend a season, I would read that as extending it beyond February 15th.
Okay, yeah, I get that. That is definitely not what I was trying to say. So
Yeah.
that's how
I think it's good to identify that we're talking about the shoulder seasons and not just a special management type outside of that.
Yes, and I believe there will always be a need for depredation and management hunts, just like in Druska's area, because all of a sudden one day the elk just show up and they're there. Those need to be addressed immediately, aside from a shoulder season, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's true. The shoulder season, and then that's fine. Yep, I don't disagree actually.
And the shoulder season, let's face it, is the longest season we have. I mean, if you're going 2 months, that's longer than the general season for rifle. I mean, not including archery.
Just a point of clarification, does general season include archery season? I mean, I think that's probably your intent, Mark, but I don't know, because typically the archery season is not referred to as being part of the general season. But maybe it's fine as as you have it, but it might be a point of clarification that we need to specify.
Yeah, you can put it in there if you want. I just wanted to try to keep it short and simple. I do consider archery season, the 11 weeks between archery and rifle, as general. Archery is more of an opportunity, and I don't think the commission or the department considers it a management tool.
I think that's right, because I mean, we're not killing enough elk with archers to, and
No.
typically most archers shoot bulls anyway, so
I don't
doesn't
think
really
we
do
want
much
to.
to population.
I don't think we want to add in archery season to this. I think we want to leave it as the general season. If you talk about maximizing the harvest during archery season, you start opening up the possibility for things like technology creep to reach harvest objectives. So I think just saying the general season here is sufficient.
Do we want to clarify that with general rifle season then? Just so everyone's clear. I mean, what the intent of this was?
It's a good question.
That's a good point. I think so.
What is the technical definition of the general season, Lindsay?
I can look in the regs and read it to you, but typically we consider it the 5-week rifle season. And then, like they were saying, we do refer to the 6-week archery season separately.
So let's highlight that particular bullet. Who's in favor, who's not?
That satisfies me.
Ed, you're good? Okay. Is there anybody that wants to argue against that, replacing the 3 bullets prior to it? Once? Twice?
I think it's great. I do think we should specify that it says during the general rifle season.
Okay, well, let's kill those 3 bullets. Folks want to put rifle in there or not?
Yes.
Everett, I don't
think it makes it
know.
clearer.
So the way I read the seasons, we have archery season and the general season. If you want to put rifle season in there, that's fine. Firearm season, I don't know what the correct terminology is.
Okay, let's leave it in there for now. We can come back and edit it if we need to, okay? But right now we've reached some consensus on what we mean by not having 6-month-long hunting seasons. Is that correct? Okay.
Mike, that
Yeah.
I'm going to add in quickly, because I did this yesterday when we were specifically referencing landowner tags as well, is this is pretty specific to a tool. And all along we've said how this is going to be more overarching and not referencing a specific tool. And so I'm fine with you leaving it as is for the moment and moving on, because we have circled around it for a while. But I do just want everybody to consider how specific that is towards one individual tool, which is not necessarily the intent of the group.
I think it's an overarching principle of what we want to see elk management plan going, you know. I guess I understand it identifies that, but I don't really view it as calling it out.
Well, we could come back to that if we can. I'm not sure I agree with you entirely, Lindsay, because there is this push that I'm hearing from some folks that a long season, the longer the season, the less acceptable it gets. And so we're not capturing that in that particular bullet. We could come back to it and get it what it is we actually mean. But let's go ahead and move on.
Just to be clear, Mike, it's the longer the season after general and archery.
Right, gotcha. Thanks. And that's what it says, right?
It does.
Okay.
I mean, hold on though, because technically shoulder seasons also go prior to the opener of general archery as well. So if you are only considering the late seasons, those ones that start August 15th would be prior to the general and archery seasons.
I think we're considering both, Lindsay.
I agree.
I agree. I think we're considering both of those.
So Lindsay, a question. If we left it like it is, minimize the need, and right now you have a shoulder season before archery, and maybe it's there because of agricultural production issues. How does this statement affect that?
You know, Jessica, I think that would depend, sort of like Mike has mentioned all along, it's a trade-off. And between that and all of the other things on here, we would have to find the best possible solution to minimize that shoulder season, but also meet those other needs for having the shoulder season in the first place, which I think are included in some of these other guiding principles as you have them laid out right now. So I think there's arguments for both sides currently, but we would consider this in addition to the other guiding principles.
So if I'm a landowner and I have crop damage and I need a shoulder hunt in August, am I going to get it or not? Based on that sentence.
I would say that as a the former commissioner, that you would, because the general rifle season is the general rifle season, and that Aug 15 to Sept 1 or whatever it is before the archery season, you know, we've used that a lot in the Madison. We've used it in a lot of different places where elk are coming down on those hay fields in late August because the grass up top's a little bit dry, and it's worked out really well for hunters and for landowners because it does push those elk back up into the public lands for archery season. So the public lands archers typically have better hunting, but it also gets those elk stops them from using some of those fields when they shouldn't be.
I have a question for you, Dan. Prior to shoulder seasons, how would the department have addressed that problem?
We've done a game damage hunt.
So, if
somebody go ahead.
If we focused our harvest during the general season, and when there wasn't as much need for a shoulder season, Druska would potentially still qualify for a damage hunt, correct?
Yep, she sure would.
So it feels like we've had the tools in place all along. Maybe shoulder seasons just made it easier. I don't understand the full.
Well, the shoulder seasons really, I mean, there's a lot of folks that would not necessarily qualify for game damage hunts or management hunts. And so, you know, if you have, for example, say you're somebody who lives out on the east side of the Crazies and the elk are up high all fall. And then, so if people knocked on your doors in October and wanted to hunt, you'd be like, yeah, go ahead and hunt elk. But there have been elk here for 9 months. And then as soon as the general season comes, those elk come out onto the landscape, and that's where the shoulder seasons were pretty effective. But you could also do a management hunt or a game damage hunt, because as long as they were allowing reasonable public access during the general season, those tools are available. It's just the shoulder hunts were put into places where we had landowner qualification issues and we couldn't get the harvest. At least that's my perspective.
Just to clarify, I think that's the big distinction. If landowners weren't allowing public access for hunting during the general season, they didn't qualify for damage hunts or management hunts or kill permits. The shoulder season allowed them to enter that.
Dan, I got a question for you too.
Casey was trying to jump in there, so go ahead.
Well, I have a suggestion that might get at where Lindsay's concerned about calling out shoulder season as a management tool in this thing. What if we said maximize use of the general season as the primary elk population management tool? And that way it still allows for use of extended seasons, whether it's shoulder seasons or whatever, to manage conflict. Because there's still gonna be conflict no matter what the populations are, but we're trying to focus the hunter harvest during the general season when it's gonna have the most impact and essentially minimize the need for shoulder seasons without calling it out that way.
What if
I get what you're saying, Casey, but I liked how it was written that Mark came up with.
I see where Casey's suggestion comes into play too. It's when I hear Lindsay's sort of note about making sure we're not referencing specific tools, you know, the shoulder season by name, you know, not concept necessarily, but by name as a tool. So I kind of see Casey's point in making sure that we're covering this topic, but maybe not by the name of the tool itself.
Dan, when you were on the commission, was it your understanding that shoulder seasons were a temporary solution or attempt? That's what I guess that's what I don't understand, why it's an issue to try to maximize our harvest during the general season and not make this shoulder season a permanent season.
Well, the idea certainly, the idea I think certainly was that shoulder seasons were going to step in, fill a hole that we were having as an inability to get elk numbers down. And that once we got elk numbers down, then those shoulder seasons would be pulled back. And, you know, the thing you need to remember about a commission is they can really only bind the commission. I mean, the next commission that comes in can really, anything that has been done in the last 12 years, the new commission is not necessarily bound by that. I mean, they can change that stuff when they go through the process. So they have a lot of flexibility. And, you know, the shoulder seasons, the way we envision them is, you know, we weren't super thrilled by them, but we didn't really have a lot of choice. And the idea was that they would sunset once we got our numbers down to where we needed to be.
Yeah, and that's something I think, you know, they've been around for 5 years. If we can address some of the issues and potentially have them taken care of or no longer have a need for that, I think this would be a successful management plan. And so I still like that first line that we had in there.
So I think I understand now what Lindsay was talking about, where shoulder season is a tool. And so I think I also hear what Dan's saying, that, you know, who knows what the next commission might do. There might be some other kind of season or tool that's implemented that's different from shoulder seasons. So keeping it general, where you're saying you want population management to take place primarily during the general season, makes sense, and it looks forward to where things might change. Shoulder seasons might go away, other things might come up.
I would agree with that. I'll go for the second definition there, but not the first one.
I'd just be afraid that it would put landowners like Druska in a tight spot where if we're maximizing that as a primary management tool, that means we're minimizing other management tools like game damage hunts and depredation hunts.
I'm not sure that's true, Joel, because those are captured in other guiding principles. And so if you wanted to look at the trade-off that is important to Druska about, you know, maximizing general season versus controlling concentrations on private lands, there's a trade-off there maybe. And so having both of those in there would force the consideration.
Well, I guess I just wonder is, you know, if you look at, like, say, maximize use of hunt coordinators, which I think is really important, that seems like a tool, and the shoulder season seems like a tool. The general season is, I mean, I guess that's a much more general tool, but we do have tools in here throughout that are big issues for the public, both the landowning public and the sportsmen. And shoulder seasons are definitely, you know, they're an item that if everything else works during the general season, the shoulder season need drops off. But they, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of landowners who think they've been very successful, and a lot of sportsmen. And so it's a balancing act for sure.
So what do folks want to do? Let's move forward. And if we need to come back to talk about this some more, we can. But let's settle on something for now.
I already made my vote.
I'd like to move forward with the first line that we had.
Other folks?
I'm voting for the first one that Mark put in.
My preference is Mark's statement as well.
First one.
Yeah, I prefer the first one.
I'm sorry, Allie, I can barely hear you.
Yes, I prefer the first one.
Okay.
Works for me.
So Ed and Pat, if we went with the first one for now, could you live with it?
Well, if we get outvoted, we have to. I still think the first one is describing a tool, where the second one is describing more of a principle. So, but whatever, it's, you know, can't win them all.
Well, I don't want you to feel like this is a vote necessarily. I think we're going to come back and discuss this some more.
All right, that's fine.
Ed, it is describing it's describing two tools, the shoulder season tool and the general season tool. And it's just clarifying the need to use one tool, the more contentious one, less than the more popular tool.
Well, that's actually the way it's written in the regulation for the shoulder season anyway. If there has to be a certain percentage of the harvest occurring during the general season, or you're not going to qualify for a shoulder season. It was never meant to be a problem solving, a Band-Aid for closed property or something like that. So, but I can go either way. It doesn't matter. I just don't think we're being entirely fair by naming the shoulder season when I have real problems with the archery season myself in the beginning. That's 6 weeks that contributes exactly nothing to population management. So to me, that's the issue.
Ed, you earlier proposed instead of shoulder seasons, something like management seasons.
It doesn't really matter to me. The shoulder season is so flexible and so simple and results in so little disruption for our property and for the elk. I just really can't understand why it needs to be picked on. It bothers us. We have no interaction hardly at all with the hunters. The very few hunters. The elk are widely dispersed in small groups. They've got all kinds of country to travel in, wind-blown country. They can go wherever they want. So I think we're just picking on the shoulder season entirely too much.
We're not saying get rid of it. We're just saying let's try to focus on the general. I don't understand where we're picking on it.
Well, we do focus on the general. We take in 10 hunters a day for the entire season. We do not hunt Thanksgiving and we do not hunt the last day. And the rest of the year we have 10 hunters a day that we deal with on a personal basis every day. And we still can't keep the numbers down just because of the pressure from the outside. So we're like a fishbowl. Every elk in the country gets driven into the center of Castle Mountain, and then we're stuck with them for the rest of the winter if we don't have a way to get rid of them.
So maybe I'm wrong, and you can write this off to ignorance, but I think those two bullets are different takes on the same thing. And one just specifies shoulder seasons and the other doesn't.
Personally, I'm good for either one.
If we're voting, Mike, I prefer the one that is highlighted to the one that's right above it.
That's the one I prefer.
and I can live with it.
I'd like to hear from other folks on this one.
I still like the first option that Mark came up with.
For me, the first one more reflects my personal viewpoint, but the other one was just an attempt to try to be more, I guess, inclusive of the viewpoints and be more general. So I'm good with either one.
So my view on both of these is that it's really hard to predict what the elk will do. It's so dependent on weather, on predators, on who lives next door, on who's got I mean, there are so many issues that affect where the elk are. And I don't want to put anything in this plan that prevents out of the box thinking or ties our hands in any way on any kind of a management tool that might be tried or already used.
So as far as the bullets go, Druska, tie a knot on that one for me. Do you see one or the other or both tying people's hands?
Well, see, it's the nuances of everything. And I guess I don't know enough about all of this process to know whether or not when we say minimize the need for shoulder seasons by concentrating our harvest during the general rifle season, how that affects any rancher who, gosh darn, it didn't snow hard enough, so I didn't have any elk during general season. What does that mean for me for anything else? Or, I didn't allow access because I didn't have anything. And then does it affect? I mean, there's a million scenarios you could come up with. I don't know for sure if anything gets shut out because of what we've just said in those two statements.
I don't see the statement taking away the possibility of using a shoulder season or any of our other tools. I think it'll hold us more accountable during general season and be creative on other ways to increase our general season harvest. And it's just saying to minimize shoulder season, not eliminate it. If shoulder season tool is still beneficial to an area and is the best tool for the job, by all means, use it. But I think the reason I put it in there that way was to encompass the other two bullet points that we deleted. I think
So let me offer up this. All right, I agree with what your intent was. However, if the commission changed over tomorrow and we have no clue what any of them think, and the directive here is to minimize the need for shoulder seasons by concentrating during the general rifle, and a proposal gets sent to them and they look and say, well, our charge is to minimize these shoulder seasons and you don't need it bad enough. I mean, what's to prevent that from happening?
So maybe we can meet the needs of everybody here by saying something like minimize the needs for seasons outside this is not the way we need to word it, but essentially minimize the need for additional hunts, additional seasons by concentrating the harvest during the general rifle season. Because I hear what everybody's saying. I feel like we need to specify that these additional hunts need to be minimized. Use them where necessary, but additional early season hunts, late season hunts need to be minimized. And I'm not sure if that makes everybody happy, but that would make me feel more comfortable with going with the second bullet point that everyone is discussing.
Look at the editing done to that first bullet point there. Is that getting at what you're talking about?
It's close. It's not quite I don't know exactly how to word it. If somebody can help, that'd be awesome. But I mean, that's the general idea. I'm not sure if that's exactly how we need to word it though.
What do other folks think?
Because I think we would, sorry, real quick because I think we would be upset if all of a sudden game damage hunts were just kind of used the way shoulder season hunts are being used now. It's not the tool that's the problem. It's the extensive use of that particular tool. Sorry, that's all I wanted to say.
It seems like the elk are dictating this problem. We have too many elk in areas and it's causing problems, and I don't know if we have the tools to solve it.
Okay, boy, I'd really like to plow through and get this done, but we're coming up on our public comment period. And so hold these thoughts. And then Lindsay, it's your show for the public comment.
Real quick, Mike, and everyone else, do you guys want me to go ahead and I can stop screen sharing and I can go through and try to cross out ones from this other document that we've already put in so that we can just focus later after lunch on the ones I don't think are in there? Is that okay with everyone?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks, Sarasaurus.
Hey, Mike, can I have a dinosaur name?
You really want to assign me that kind of task? You might regret the outcome.
I want to see how creative you are.
Okay, give me a minute.
So Mike, as of right now, we don't have any public commenters on, but my clock still shows a couple minutes till 11:30. So I don't know what you want to do for the next couple minutes here. We'll give people a few minutes to log in for public comment.
Okay, well, I don't want to dive back into that conversation because it's longer than a couple of minutes. Anybody got any good elk jokes or elk hunter jokes? How about incriminating blackmail on other group members?
What about a third grader joke?
Oh, love third grader jokes. I get those.
This is from my son. What was the first thing the elves learned in school? The alphabet. You get it, Mike?
I get it. I get it. That is pitched right here. I'm looking up funny dinosaur names right now, so I'm going to have something for you here real quick, Mark.
I got one for you. The 3 guys die and go to heaven. St. Peter asks the first one, "What's your IQ?" He says, 173. "Did you get your doctorate?" "Yep." "Well, go on in." Second guy comes, says, "What's your IQ?" He said, 145. "Did you get your master's?" "Yep." "Go on in." Third guy comes up, says, "What's your IQ?" He said, 68. St. Peter says, "Did you get your elk yet?"
Well, Mark, there is a dinosaur named the Gasosaurus. How do you feel about that one?
That doesn't really incorporate my name.
No, it really doesn't. But I mean, it's a start. So
We'll go with it. That's not very creative, though. You had to look it up.
I know it. I know it. I know it.
I
Creativity.
expected more from a scientist.
Oh, okay. Now you've thrown down the glove. All right. I see how it is.
Well, Casey put one in the chat.
That's good. Yeah,
Are you a herbivore or a carnivore?
Omnivore.
There you go. Way to straddle that line.
I'm an opportunivore.
So Mike, in an effort to avoid telling stories, I didn't share this earlier, but this seems like a good time. When we were talking about mountain lion depredation on elk 2 archery seasons ago, I watched a mountain lion take down an elk. It's pretty amazing to see.
Wow. Was it a bull or a cow?
It was probably about a year old. It looked like a cow. I couldn't really tell, but it was about 70 yards from me when it happened. I heard this noise and lifted my head up, and there's this mountain lion on top of this elk.
I'd pay money to see that.
Well, when it turned and started making aggressive moves towards me, I was not so happy to be there, and I quickly left.
Some of our rifle hunters saw that this year too, same thing, but the elk escaped.
Oh, did it? That's cool.
Yeah, it was a younger elk, but it was on kind of a steep side hill, and the elk and the lion slid off sort of the ledge, and then the elk got away.
The most amazing thing to me was, so my hunting partner and I had split up at that point. We got back together, and I said, we're not going back there. And of course we ended up back in the same spot the next day, and there was not a sign that anything had happened. That cat cleaned that place. You would never have known anything had happened. It was amazing.
Did the cat bury it? Is that why you wouldn't have known? Covered it up with grass?
Yeah, so I asked some of the cat folks over at FWP, and they said what probably happened was it dragged it off to a stash spot.
Okay, I still don't see any public commenters. We'll give it, another minute or two. Any members of the public who are watching this, listening to this, and would like to comment, the login information is on the agenda for today, which is on the Elk Citizens Group webpage. So in case you're looking for that, we'll give it another minute or two. Sarah, how close are you to being done with your task, Parasaurus?
I am almost done with comparing group twos. So a couple things we can look at in just a minute.
Okay,
Sarah's
yeah, we'll a minute here. And any
Sarah's dealing with full-on anarchy right now.
I don't know if you guys can see this, but a friend I lion hunt with sent me this picture. I wasn't there, with a female with 3 kittens on the same branch.
Wow, oh, that's awesome.
That was very cool.
Wow.
Hey, Lindsay.
Yeah.
I got a text message from somebody watching in Kalispell, Region 1, and they have a comment. I would say you need to maximize the wolf quotas in the entire state. Region 1 is a mess. I don't see anyone on the citizens board from Region 1. And I told him, we've discussed it. Patrick Roth is representing Region 1. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Do you have the person's name just for the public record?
Terry Zink.
Terry, what is the last name again?
Zink.
Okay, thank you.
And they're right. We have been decimated. The wolves have completely taken over our area. We have huge tracts of land that has no game left on it. And that's all I can say.
Some of our very first hunters who hunted with us for years and years came from that area up there, and they said the same thing.
It isn't only the wolves, so it's predators in general. We are way overpopulated with mountain lions too, and they're taking out a lot of the younger elk for us.
Okay, seeing no other people calling in for public comment, we can go ahead and move on with this. I will wait until 12 o'clock to officially end public comment period in case somebody is just late logging in or having difficulties logging in. But I think it's fine to move on for now, and I'll just keep my eye on the attendees list if anybody else shows up to comment. So I'll holler, Mike, if I see somebody log in, and try and interject at a good breaking point.
Okay, thanks, Lindsay. And so with the public input you've gotten, is there any further discussion that the group would like to have on that before we move on?
I think we need to, am I muted? No, I think if it's not on there, I haven't looked. I found it in group 2, maximize coordination between predator and elk management plans. I haven't looked to see if it's on the one we have yet.
It is, I think, in number 2. It's like the 5th bullet. There you go.
Okay, so, I mean, I feel that's a step in the right direction. We're not going to be setting quotas or anything here, and we have a fairly open wolf season right now.
We have no quota.
Is that
right outside of Yellowstone, right outside of Glacier?
Yeah, and each individual can shoot 5 wolves and trap and hunt for quite some time.
Is maximize coordination among the management plans a strategic objective? You want that to happen no matter what? Do you see that trading off with anything?
Well, I think that it's, I mean, to give the other plans their full, I mean, they're all on the landscape together, so trying to integrate them as much as possible, I think only makes sense since they all live together.
I don't.
You want that? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you go, Kevin. I insist.
Well, I might have been jumping ahead, so we'll continue on this one.
Okay. So do you want coordination between predator and elk management plans to happen no matter what? Or do you see that there might be something else they might have to put priority on, and then that would be less priority on that coordination? Do you see that trade-off happening?
I don't fully understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure I do either. So the whole reason when you have guiding principles, particularly if they contrast, is so that you could say, all right, well, I might have to do less of this to do more of that. All right. So if you're going to have coordination between predator and elk management plans, do you see anything? I mean, why wouldn't they just do that no matter what? Why would that be part of thinking about trade-offs?
Are you referring to unintended consequences?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really not being clear.
So I don't know if I'm reading it the right way, but what I'm getting is if you've already got a lot of predators in the area and a suffering elk population, human interaction is an additive harvest on the landscape. You could either take predator numbers down or reduce hunter interaction. One of those isn't going to be as popular as the other ones. Is that what you're getting at?
Sarah, would you just take the highlighted material and move it up under strategic principles for me? and we can move it back if needed. This is what I'm saying, okay? Along the lines of the other stuff, you want this to happen no matter what.
Yes.
You want that coordination to take place no matter what. And you don't want it to be considered in any kind of trade-offs when it comes to the elk management plan.
Or maybe it's a wording issue that we're just trying to say, make sure that the predators are considered in the elk management, because they are part of elk management, whether we like it or not.
So if you can, go ahead.
Currently here, the amount of predators are dictating the management plan. We technically have this is a terrible thing to say, there's very little management plan because they are overruling everything. When you have empty ground, you don't have a management plan.
Well, I think what folks are getting at is there's a lion management plan for the state. There's a wolf management plan for the state. At some point, there might be a grizzly management plan for the state. But you want all the folks involved in those plans to be talking to each other. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So that suggests to me a strategic principle. You want that to happen no matter what.
Yes.
Am I capturing the thoughts correctly?
I think so. And considering, we haven't had much public comment, but the two things that they've commented on, one I believe really liked the wolves, and the other people are saying there's way too many of them. So if you're going to manage elk, you better be looking at what that population is.
So folks comfortable leaving that up there? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm relaying back what I'm hearing. If you're not comfortable, just say so.
I'm comfortable. The only thing I do want to make clear is it's not only the wolves. The wolves are
Right.
a big deal. They were the tipping point, but they aren't the only factor.
Correct.
Other folks. Mark, did I totally steamroll what you were trying to say?
No, I wasn't trying to say anything. I was trying to understand what you were asking, and now that I do, I'm fine with it where you have it.
Okay.
Or we have it.
Okay. So at the risk of ripping off a scab, let's go back down to where we were talking about shoulder seasons or not shoulder seasons. So maybe let's deal with what's simplest first. Do we agree that hunt coordinators are a tool, not a principle?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, everybody okay with taking that off? Dreska, I think that was originally your idea. I don't want to shut you down.
No, I get it. It's a tool. I think it's an underused tool, I guess, which is, but it's a tool.
Okay. So,
Mike, there is a principle on one of these that we haven't drug over: facilitate cooperation between landowners on elk management. I mean, I think that gets at a hunt coordinator is one of those, but
okay,
that might be a way to promote the principle without specifying a tool.
Right, and you're saying that's already in there?
No, it hasn't been moved yet.
Okay. Well, all right. So hold that thought. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard before we went to public comment, the two highlighted items are basically talking about both sides of the same coin.
Yes.
So, what's that?
I say yes, it is talking about the two sides of the same coin. We're gonna it's a fact of life, we're gonna have to have shoulder hunts to maintain, to protect the landowners. We don't want to use them any more than we have to. The people are not happy with the length they're going. The hunter side, you know, I don't think we can do away with them at this time with the elk populations where these people are from.
I'm okay with Marcus's addition. I don't know if additional hunts is the correct terminology, and I don't think he necessarily thought that either, but I think it's good to expand on this other than just talking about maximizing use of the general season. I think we're specifically talking about the additional hunts outside of that general season. So I'd like to address that rather than just maximizing the general season.
So you're saying get rid of the second one?
Yes, that's what my preference would be, Mike.
Okay. Other folks?
I'm still going to be.
I come back to that second point, maximize use as being the more inclusive, and I would leave the need for additional hunts, if that needs to be curbed in any way, I would leave that to the public comment process when the commission does more stuff out there with shoulder seasons or not.
So Everett, what are you advocating?
Well, the second highlighted point, I think, is the more inclusive, and that's the one I would leave in. Earlier, I was going to say that throughout the conversation this morning, multiple times it's been said that I've talked to either this group or this amount of people, and it's been used to substantiate a point. And I think it's fair to say that the counterpoint could also say the same thing. And so instead of bringing something that's contentious and making it into a rule or a guiding principle at this point, I would try to be as inclusive as we can, and then allow the public comment to dictate which direction something happens.
I would agree with that.
Isn't that what we're here for? I mean, we're here to start making these decisions and give the public comment an idea to comment on.
And I don't see that first point on minimizing as, you know, alienating anybody. It's just actually giving some additional context to what we're trying to say here. We still say the same thing, that the primary management is going to be during the general rifle season. We're also just saying that, you know, a lot of people want to minimize the need for these extended hunts. So I think they're both inclusive. I think one just gets at a principle that, based on the multiple hours we've been talking about this, is pretty important to some people.
But that's what you're saying, Marcus, that a lot of people, what does that mean, and who is that, and what is that audience? And is that audience fairly represented here or not? We don't even know who or what it is. And that's what I'm saying, that if there is something that is being substituted by a public opinion, then allow that to be done in the public process. And if we can go to the point that is the most inclusive, then that allows that to happen still, while still protecting those that want to maintain the tools that they have in place.
I'll circle back to Marcus's comment. I don't think the public will be able to get the context of what we're talking about with maximize use of the general season as a primary management tool. I think it better help the general public provide that comment on specifically what we're talking about.
Other thoughts?
I'm just going to be stubborn and say I would rather see it with shoulder seasons than additional hunts, because the other two additional hunts would be game damage hunts or a kill permit. And I don't look at those as part of the stress, which is what we were doing by these 2 bullet points, is trying to cover the other 2 that we deleted, which was minimize season length and minimize stress due to long seasons. I don't think damage hunts and kill permits are inclusive in the long season. They're an immediate reaction. My stance is still for the shoulder season part of it. I'm not dead set on it. That's just how I feel. I'm going to go with whatever way the group wants to go.
I definitely agree with Mark on that one.
Allie, are you saying you'd like to see shoulder seasons back in there?
Yeah, I think shoulder season makes more sense in there.
I agree with Mark and Allie. I would like to see shoulder seasons in there as well, just because I think that game damage hunts and kill permits and depredation hunts are a really good tool for landowners, and I think that it helps incentivize public access. That's my opinion. But same with Mark.
I'm not saying shoulder seasons aren't an effective, useful tool either. I just think if we use them less, then we accomplish our other 2 bullet points.
Yep, agreed.
So I guess my intent was changing the wording to something like additional hunts, and I still don't know exactly how we say this, was ideally, we don't need to use anything else but the general season. I mean, that's the goal. If landowners don't need folks to come onto their property in February, then we've done our job. So I understand the desire to put in shoulder seasons, and I would be very happy to support that if that's what we decide as a group. But I don't know if that really gets at the intent of what we're trying to say. And I think if we say minimize the need for these other things, it's not saying don't use them. I mean, minimize doesn't say don't ever do this. It says do everything you can so that this isn't something we need to go to. But I understand where everyone's coming from, and I'm not drawing a hard line in the sand.
That's exactly what the next one says. It says it with less words, to maximize use of the general season, which that one is my preference.
Not hearing from some folks. Please weigh in. This is important.
I just fired off a suggestion to the text. I don't know if maybe that's another way to write it.
So everybody looks at their chat.
To me, though, like what Mark was saying, I don't think we really want to minimize game damage hunts.
I think we certainly want to minimize them, but I don't know if that's really what we're addressing in this, in our season length and structure. But I agree with Mark and Allie that I'm okay. Go ahead, Dan.
I mean, I think if we think about the goal being reducing the impact on the elk, but also reducing the impact on landowners from long seasons, if we had a super effective general season, that would minimize the stress on landowners and the elk. But that's the goal, right? To get the elk management done, we need to address the stakeholders' concerns, but also minimize the stress on the elk. And if we could do that during the general season, that's a laudable goal, but we're a long ways from that point right now.
I have another thought there along Dan's lines. Instead of using the word minimize or maximize, what if we say maintain the availability of things like shoulder seasons, game damage hunts, etc., while making the general season the primary management tool?
I just don't know if that gets at the issue that we're trying to reduce that, reduce.
And then get rid of the other three. Or word it the other way if you want to. Make general season the primary tool while maintaining the availability of special seasons, etc. So we're putting the positive first. Maximize the general season.
I don't see anything in that line that addresses the hopeful reduction in the use of shoulder seasons.
Just put as necessary at the end. And that leaves it up to the discretion of the biologists and the public comment process. That's what we really want to try to maintain, is the integrity of the process without ruling out any particular management technique or tool.
Well, I don't think we're ruling anything out with the word minimize. I think that's where, we're not getting rid of it. We're just hoping to.
We want to rely on it less.
Yeah, we don't want to have to rely on that.
Well, I think that last sentence says the same thing.
To me, it sounds a lot like the status quo.
With the Fish and Game, hasn't the general season been the whole idea to maintain the population, and it's got out of hand now?
So I've got a question, and it's based on, this is a document that needs to have relevance in the future, given that the future is uncertain. So somebody mentioned that who knows what the next commission might do. All right. And so maybe they will get rid of shoulder seasons, or maybe they'll come up with some other hunting opportunity outside of the general season, and just don't call it shoulder seasons or whatever. So shoulder season is specific to what exists now, but looking forward, do you want to limit this just to shoulder seasons, or do you want to include all possible seasons, special seasons outside of the general season?
I think that's what the shoulder season was created so that they could create harvest and regulation outside of the general season. So whatever may come in the future would be a shoulder season. Maybe I'm thinking about it wrong.
Well, I wouldn't know, but it's just a question of, I've heard this, be general, be specific. You want the meaning of these principles to carry forward into the future, no matter what the future holds.
I think you're right, Mark, that I think in the last couple of years, shoulder season in Montana has taken on a very particular definition. And that's kind of what Mike's alluding to, is that you want it to be open enough to, shoulder seasons 10 years ago meant pretty much anything on either side of the general season. And it's become a very particular definition now.
Okay.
in our area, shoulder season was always specific because it addressed the fact that a landowner didn't allow public access during the general season, so they didn't qualify for game damage or management seasons or kill permits. So they renamed it something else and called it a shoulder season. That way that landowner would be open, could allow hunting during that extra additional time.
So to that point, what if the commission changes the name of the concept from shoulder season to something else?
And shoulder seasons evolved after several years of extended seasons that were tough to manage and indiscriminate because they weren't specific to private lands. There was frustration with hunters around the equity and access on game damage lists. And they became basically a way to try to focus harvest on private lands where the conflict was. But, Mike's right. It has become, it is a specific management tool that's somewhat controversial right now, but who knows what's going to be next. I think we have to give credence to the fact that it's a conflict right now, and we identified that in our issue statement. But we also have to recognize that whatever it is we're recommending needs to be long lasting and endure beyond, whatever that particular tool is. So however we do it, I think we shouldn't limit it to something specific. So either of these approaches work fine, but I think we want to be cognizant of the fact that it's not just about shoulder seasons. It's really about trying to focus population management around the general season.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think the focus is on this whole discussion has gotten to be too much on the shoulder season. The shoulder season has a mechanism built into it where it will go away, and I fully expect that to happen in our case within the next year or two. If everybody goes through the process, it will take care of itself.
I think the length of the shoulder season is the biggest conflict, not the other details of it.
Well, we can shorten it up. We could shorten it up, and like in our case, the country is so open and they have so many places to go that they pull out, and we actually get very few elk during the shoulder season. The majority of our harvest is always very heavily weighted toward the general season. It's more of a disbursement tool than it just keeps them scattered out further back rather than right down by our hayfield.
Sarah, hold on just a sec. Would you highlight minimize the need for additional hunts? That one. Based on what folks are saying, tell me what you don't like about this one.
I like that one.
I'm fine with that.
Don't either.
Who said they don't?
I don't.
Okay, what's up, Druska?
So I would rather use the word maintain. So I would rather use the last bullet and say while maintaining the availability of other hunting tools or other hunting, I don't know what you want to call them, but tools, because we said general season is a primary tool. So maintaining the availability of other tools as necessary, or other tools.
So, okay, I would suggest if you want to go that way, that we have two objectives there. All right. One is to minimize the need for other hunts by concentrating harvest during the general season. The other is maintain
the availability.
Maintain availability of tools. How do you put it?
Maintain the availability of other hunting tools. Yes, I think that hits both. both sides
Okay.
of the coin.
I think that does too, Druska.
Yep, I'm okay there.
Other folks?
Does it for me.
Mark, what do you think?
Sure. Looks good.
So do we get rid of those other ones there?
Okay, so I don't think we use the one that says minimize the need for additional hunts by concentrating. We use maximize the general season as a primary management tool.
There you
And
go.
then maintain the availability of other hunting tools.
There you go.
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
I still go back to the
Sorry.
minimize versus maximize. I prefer.
So we're going to
minimize.
maximize the general season, but maintain the availability of other hunting tools.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Go for it.
I'm a little confused, and maybe it's because I don't own land, but if I was a landowner, I would assume that I would want to minimize the need for hunts outside of the September through November time period. Like from my understanding, that would be ideal. To me, that's what we're saying with this minimize the need for additional hunts by concentrating harvest during the general rifle season. We're saying we're going to make sure that there is not a need for a shoulder season. There is not a need for a game damage hunt. Am I all twisted up and confused here?
Well, so, I mean, I'm not going to speak for a bunch of other landowners because I shouldn't do that. In our case, because we're in the DSA and it's all about diseased elk, we have no elk during the general season. Our elk start coming in when the weather gets worse. So it can be any time from October on, but if it's a mild winter like now, we have no elk. We'll have elk January, February, March, April, into May. And so we have to maintain the availability of the hunting tools we have that go till February 15th or April 15th, depending on if it's a special hunt. We need to maintain those. And yes, in a perfect world, we wish we were done in the general season and never had to see another elk. But we don't have that option.
So, Druska, is that need for the landowner to be able to manage elk into February, is that captured in another guiding principle?
Well, you could put it under the disease part because that's why it's there, basically.
Well, I'm just wondering if we already have something representing that perspective of the landowner that may need those tools, you know, into February. Is that a guiding principle already captured in the list we have somewhere?
Not specifically. And then I would throw out one more thing. If you have, so it is about brucellosis, but then if you look at game damage, if you have, you know, 1,000 head of elk on your pivot in May because they're too lazy to migrate, then you would have to do a game damage hunt.
So Druska, how do we put that in there? That we need, that landowners need access to management tools when the problem exists, or, you know, when the elk are there, you need to do something about it.
So
Casey just included a chat that might work.
That was a good one.
How about that, Druska?
that works. Thank you, Casey.
Seems like we've had conflicting viewpoints, you know, on one side really likes that minimize the need, and then the other side's been pushing for that maintain availability of the other hunting tools. Seems like if we could include both of those, people would be happy, or generally happy.
So what do you think about those two bullets? Are we doing that?
As a landowner, I like both of those right there. I'm fine with both of those. That captures what we do exactly.
I'd like to replace the minimize the need for additional hunts with that maximize use of the general season.
Yeah, get rid of some more down below. Get rid of the other two and leave those two in.
Let's go ahead and do that. Delete the other ones.
And one more up that one.
See,
right there.
see, that's the one I think needs to stay in.
No, we've covered it.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, Ed, is that you just push to get the maintain availability of other hunting tools, and the other arguably majority of the group really would like to see them minimize the need. And so I kind of think we're both sides here would be given something by having minimize the need for additional hunts and maintain availability of other hunting tools.
Yeah, I don't know if you could say the majority of the group without taking a vote, but I'm really for deleting that highlighted portion myself.
Me too. I think we've covered it up above.
Well, I think there's about 3 that are for deleting that.
Where do we cover that? Because we've been spending a lot of time on this. If it's covered somewhere else, I'd really like to know.
Which part do we think is covered somewhere else?
Ask around, Mike. I think that highlighted part is pretty important to keep in.
Okay,
we're already covering it in the maximize use of general season as the primary tool. That's exactly what we do.
I think, well, I could disagree, Ed. I think they're saying different things.
Okay, so one is just more specific than the other. Okay, I think somebody brought up earlier that maximize use of the general season as a primary management tool. It's not going to be clear to some folks that the effect of that would be to minimize or reduce the need for additional hunts. And so if it is the intent of the group to say that if you use a general season as a primary management tool, okay, it's important to do that so that we can reduce the need for additional hunts. Then I think it's worth being specific about it.
So can you use that first one, maximize? Let's see, maximize with primary management tool, thereby minimizing the need for additional hunts outside established seasons or something like that, or outside general season.
So Dreska, help me understand how that's different from what's highlighted there already.
Well, you're connecting the two, which aren't necessarily connected. You're saying, okay, and if I'm wrong in how I interpret this, let me know, but I'm hearing that we want to say maximize general season as your tool, because if you do that and do it right, it will minimize the need that you might have for additional kinds of hunts.
So just me, it looks the same.
Okay.
But that's just me. Do other folks?
So what do folks think? Good. I just tried to put something together that kind of combined them all in a way that hopefully addresses it. It's a little wordy, but if you look in the chat, maybe that's a way to deal with it.
I would just as soon keep the conflict one separate from what you guys are trying to do with the maximizing and minimizing the general and the need. Because you're not gonna, there won't be any minimizing of additional tools for out conflict, I don't believe. I think maintaining is gonna be all we can hope for.
Well, I think we've already minimized the use of those shoulder seasons within the last 2 years. So I don't know if I'd agree with that.
Well, I guess I was thinking at it from my landowner perspective.
Well, I'm just saying that there are less units that are in shoulder season right now than there was 2 years ago.
Gotcha.
Druska,
Yes.
would you be happy if you didn't need additional seasons? So the way I see it is, if we get the elk population, or the commission addresses the elk population, and we have elk in areas where they're allowed, there wouldn't be a need for these additional seasons. I don't think the sportsmen are trying to take away anything from the landowner, and I feel it's being perceived that way. I feel minimizing the need for them is a fancy way of saying, get the numbers in check so the elk aren't where they're not wanted.
But see, in our case, the numbers are way below objective. They're just all in the wrong place.
Yeah,
Okay.
There's no doubt that right where Druska is in that part of Paradise Valley, it's a really unique situation where even though we're chronically under objective, it's strictly, and think about it, I mean, the Northern Yellowstone Oak Herd used to have like 22,000 elk. Now it's about 8 or 9. So it's gone down a lot, but that hasn't really, and I would assume that the disease risk for Druska has gone up during that time rather than gone down.
Can I step in here?
Yep.
We're at a bit of an impasse. From my perspective as a facilitator, you guys are not that far apart. This conversation is much more complicated than it seems to me is needed. And I think a lot of it is because, this is an important issue. People come into it with, things they've been thinking for a long time, and they tend to be dug in. And, we've done a good job of seeing each other's viewpoints up till now. But right now, I feel like folks aren't listening very well to each other. Okay, because you're really not that far off. So here's what I suggest. We're a little late for breaking for lunch, but let's break for lunch, 12:20. Take the time other than eating, pick somebody that, is seeing things different from you and talk to them. And how you want to do it, it's up to you. We can set up a meeting room and assign you to it or whatever. But I think stepping back a little bit from, well, this is my experience, this is what I think, to really hearing what the other people are saying and seeing that there's a lot more commonality than is being recognized right now, I think that would be really good.
Can you pick the people, Mike? Do you have a better understanding of who's got which opinion?
I don't feel comfortable doing that because that's my perception, and it may be that you guys perceive things differently, or I could be wrong, and then I would really pinch somebody's nose. So let's do it this way. Who would like to go into a break room during lunch and talk about this?
I will.
Mark?
I'm happy.
I will.
Was that Dan that said I will?
No, it's Ed.
Yes.
Ed.
Who?
I got Mark, Druska, Dan, and who else?
I will.
Ed?
I can go into one, Mike.
And who just said that?
That was Marcus.
Marcus and Kevin, did you want to as well?
Yeah, I've got no problem being in one. I'll be eating a sandwich, but you still talk.
Okay, it's basically everybody. Justin, did you want to do it too?
Yeah, that was me just most recently.
Okay.
So Mike, we are doing breakout rooms like right now. For how long do you think?
Oh, that's right. We don't have the ability to do that now.
We can maybe switch over, but I just don't know if Pat and Missy are available right now. They might be on lunch break.
If everybody wants to be in, we can just stay. talk.
Can't we just leave it open and discuss it, who's available?
Okay, but so here's the thing. If you do it in a large group, it tends to turn into an argument and a debate. And people talk past each other, and that's kind of what's been happening up till now. So the benefit of breaking out into small groups is it tends to facilitate better back and forth. So let's go ahead and give it a try as a larger group, and we'll do this until 1 o'clock. And if we make no progress by 1 o'clock, then we'll look at the breakout rooms. How does that sound?
You're the boss.
Yeah, but how does that sound to you?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
Okay. Please go into this discussion with at least my observation that you're closer than you think and you're talking past each other. And that you're kind of anchored in how you feel about a really controversial or important topic, and hear each other out and see if you can find that common ground. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Go to it.
Just put those 3 bullet points into the chat so you guys can refer to those during lunch too.
Thanks, Sarasaurus. And now nobody will talk.
I will. What about, is there an issue with keeping all 3 of those moving forward and then satisfying everybody's opinion? Or do they compromise each other?
Mark, I was thinking the same exact thing. We could just possibly keep all 3.
Yeah, and then everybody is represented moving forward.
That's what I thought also.
I don't have a problem with that.
Ed?
He might have gone to get a sandwich.
Kevin?
Ed, Ed, you're muted. We can't hear you. Sorry.
You're still muted.
Okay, now did we get it?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I think what we could do is keep all 3, but combine them into 2 sentences. I don't like to begin the one sentence with the word minimize. So we could combine the first one and the third one and just change the order of the way the words are, and I think it would come out fine. If we started with, say, maintain the general season as the primary tool to minimize the need for additional seasons, and then follow with the other while we maintain the.
Ed, could you say that one more time with minimalize?
Yeah, what I'm thinking of doing is lead with the sentence that says maximize the need or maximize the use of the general season as the primary tool to reduce the need or minimize the need for special seasons. Just make that one point and then leave the second point as to address Drusk's concern and mine, is just leave that second point that says maintain the availability of spatial tools. So
Okay, is there a reason? So basically by combining the first and the third sentence into one sentence, it's saying the same thing, except you have maximize and minimize in the same sentence. Don't you think it, or do you think it reads better if you can read it in 3 separate sentences?
I'm okay with 3. I just don't like to begin that sentence with the word minimalize. If we could figure out a way to begin that sentence with the word, some other word there. That's the word I'm kind of hung up on. It feels like somebody is giving up something there to me.
Well, and Ed, I think that's misguided. We're not saying minimize the shoulder seasons. We're saying minimize the need. And I guess we're looking at that from different perspectives, but I think we're minimizing the need, not the actual use of it.
I agree. I feel like minimizing the need is just going to force us to be more efficient during the general season or more successful.
And I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, Ed, but I get the impression that you think that is minimizing the use of it, as in getting rid of it or trying to get rid of it. And I don't think that's where we're coming at it from.
Yeah, I guess I'm probably pretty stuck on that point there. I just don't see how, in our case where we're doing everything we possibly can during the general season, which amounts to one heck of a lot of work on our part, that we still have events occurring all the way around us that push those elk in where we really don't have a control. So we have a definite need for some kind of additional management tool, and the damage hunt scenario and that kind of thing has just never worked for us. So
and it sounds like that that your place would continue to need that, but there are places that if we can maximize the general season, effectively minimizing the need for the additional hunts, it would be wise to pursue that.
Well, we would hope to continue, but then, that depends on hunter behavior. It just takes one big stumble there and that whole thing goes away overnight. So my wife and I and my family have a lot of personal capital invested in this thing, and we want to see it continue as it is during the general season. And, I'm not married to the shoulder season, even though I helped write that situation or that proposal. But I just don't like to see that thing taken away, I guess. I want to maintain the availability somehow.
So
I would hazard a guess. Oh, sorry, Jessica.
No, that's right. Go ahead, Marcus.
Okay, I'm gonna go quick. I would hazard a guess that if we were to say minimize the need for additional hunts, so on and so forth, that the effective practices on the ground won't change. That this is, again, just a guiding principle, that the goal of the department should be that we do the bulk of the harvest during the general season. From my perspective, I don't see, like, Dreska, you made a really great point, and this really drove it home for me, is you don't have them on there during the general season, so you're still going to need these hunts. But the goal of the department should be, in a perfect world, that we don't need these additional hunts, that we can do it all during the season. On the ground, boots on the ground, that's not realistic, nor is that the reality. But this is, I think the reason I'm pushing for it is this is the ideal world that I want to see, that we minimize these additional tools, the use of them or the need for them as much as possible. And so I guess I'm echoing what Mark said is, we're not saying get rid of these tools. We're saying, like, this is what we should be striving for. So I hope that clarifies where I'm coming from a little bit more.
Well, I think that's what Mr. Mitchell was talking about. Well, we're really close on what you guys are saying, what everyone's saying here. And it's just a question of making sure that folks that need these additional tools have a degree of comfort that nothing that we're saying is going to push the department or the commission in a direction of removing those tools as a possibility for dealing with elk.
I think the way the third bullet is written, where it says minimize the need, I think that is, it's, it's a little hard for Ed to kind of wrap around that one because we're stuck on whether or not we're losing something. But if you minimize the need while maintaining the availability, then you have matched what you need to do there.
I agree with that.
I like the way you said that, Druska.
I agree with that, Druska.
Yeah, that was well said.
So maybe we can combine
Say it
the
again.
second and third sentence.
Well, or just keep all three of them, because as you read them individually, yes, you're maintaining the availability, even though you want to minimize the need for that availability.
Yeah.
Should we try to write something that combines all three? So when Mike comes back and the group comes back, we have something that has been reduced to one, but I think we could do that pretty quickly. With the,
If we do it, can we use the words and increase and decrease just for Mike?
if somebody wants it, why don't you just type it right into that group chat? We'll be able to see it. How do you think it should say?
I don't have a computer. I'm on a tablet.
Oh, okay. I can do it if you guys want to talk.
All right, so let's just keep the first one the way it is. Maximize the use of the general season as a primary management tool.
It's like they've turned off chat or something. I can't.
Oh,
Oh,
does
there,
anybody-
maybe that's it. Let's see.
I don't see anything. I
Oh,
bet
now
you-
it's working. I think it's
There.
working. Okay, got it.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so just write the first bullet the way it is.
Use of the general. You,
Maximize the use of the general season. While maintaining the availability of, just a second, maintaining the availability of other hunting tools.
What if we,
Well,
what
the
if we
of-
said just for the flow of it, we said the first sentence, comma, minimize the need for additional hunts, comma, while maintaining availability
so
of
you're
other
saying
hunts.
start the sentence with that?
Yeah, so you have your first sentence, comma,
Yeah.
minimize the need for additional hunts, comma,
while maintaining availability of other hunting tools for minimizing of conflict.
what does that look
I
like?
screwed all that up.
You know, let's see, maybe I
I'm
can,
not a very good transcriber.
okay. You want me to try it?
Yes, please.
I'm taking a crack at it. Hold on. I'm gonna cut and paste here real quick. Give me a second. Oh my God.
There you go. All right, there it is. Let's see if did that go to you guys?
Yeah.
I got some spelling stuff, but. While maintaining the availability of other hunting tools. Yeah, now I can't correct it.
I think, Druska, I think you captured the point of all three of them.
I mean, we
I
can
think-
wordsmith it, but
Yeah.
Does that work for you, Ed?
Yeah, I think you've combined all three. Is that correct? I don't see any of it on my screen, but.
yeah. So basically what it says is maximize the use or maximize use of the general season as a primary management tool, minimize comma, and it could be a semicolon if we want, minimize the need for additional hunts while maintaining the availability of hunting tools for minimizing elk conflicts. It's a little wordy. We could probably do something with that, but Justin, does that do anything for you?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
And Mark?
Yep, like you say, it's wordy. I agree with everything it says. It's almost easier for me personally just to read the bullet points.
To have the three separate.
Yeah, and it's just a visual preference to me. They say the same thing. But
So,
I'm happy with it going forward.
Everett, are you on?
What about Justin? I didn't hear.
I asked Justin.
Oh, okay, you did. Got it.
Casey, are you on? Nope. Carrie?
Casey gives a thumbs up.
Oh, okay. And Carrie, are you on?
Could I pose a,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, can I pose a question to the group? If we bring this back, and throughout the discussion, we come back to what Mark is saying, that it's a little bit easier to read if it's 3 bullet points. Is everyone here comfortable if there are 3 separate bullet points?
I am if we could change that one that begins the sentence with minimize, if we could figure out a different way to say that same sentence.
Can you try that? Can you try to say that, Ed, and capture what we mean? I've tried to do it too, and I can't. We're not minimizing the use of the tools available. We just want to run a more efficient program and minimize the need to use them. And I know that, I know you're hung up on the word minimize.
How about if you said something like, make efforts to decrease the need for additional hunts?
Reduce the need rather than minimize.
That's a good one too. Reduce the need for additional hunts while maintaining the availability of hunting tools for minimizing conflict. Or for addressing, then we'd get rid of another
So Ed,
minimizing.
you're okay with it in all one statement, but you're not okay with it as its own bullet point? Is that right?
Well, I'm going to throw a wrench in it.
Oh, thanks a lot, Kevin.
Yeah. How's that? Huh? I would be fine to leave the line that says minimize, starts with minimize. We could change it to reduce if Ed was more comfortable with that. And the line that says maintain the tools, however it's written. And because I think the bottom line that says minimize and then goes on to say prioritize harvest or primary hunting during, I'm screwing this all up, but I think it covers the top line that says maximize. I think we could go with the bottom 2 lines as bullet points, and if Ed wants to change the minimize word, that's fine with me.
Kevin, what's for lunch?
Okay, so what if we kept it and we say maximize the use of the general season as a primary management tool, comma, reduce the need for additional hunts while maintaining the availability of other hunting tools or hunting tools for decreasing elk conflict, or let's see, something besides minimizing. For, we already stole reduce, for addressing elk conflicts. How's that?
Sounds good to me. We'll see how it reads. Did it get typed up and I just haven't seen it yet?
No, I can't correct it in this format. Let's see. All right, let me try this. I'll just redo it.
To answer your question, chicken fried steak and mashed potatoes and gravy if you want to head over.
Can I send
Well,
my crew over to eat with you?
I made my sandwich and then I came back and realized I was still on, I wasn't muted. So you guys maybe heard a little bit of that.
Oh, I thought you had baby pigs or something.
I'm a loud eater.
I'm gonna take a break. I think we made some headway here.
Yeah. I'll get this written up and put in the chat.
Thank you.
What time are we supposed to be back? 12:50
I think so, or 1.
or 1? Mike, we know you're listening. What time are we supposed to be back?
He said 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go with 1.
All right.
Okay, I've got 1 o'clock. We got everyone back?
Hey, Mike, just a quick note here. Ren Gardner will not be with us for the rest of the day. He had somewhat of an emergency come up with his business or something. So he wanted me to let you all know that he wouldn't be here for the rest of the day.
Okay, so now we can start talking bad about Ren, folks. Is everybody back, or are we still missing some folks? Let's go with missing some folks. Sounds like folks made some real headway on the conversation about shoulder seasons and general seasons. Is that about right?
Yes, Mike.
Oh, are you there, Mark?
Yeah, I've just been watching you from above.
Yeah, that's frightening. So I did some extensive paleontological research during lunch.
Wait, say that word again.
Paleontological, dinosaurs.
Okay.
And apparently, well, I think it was a safe bet there is no dinosaur that incorporates the name Schwomeyer. And I couldn't find one that incorporated the name Mark. Okay, so here's as close as I got. How do you feel about maybe using another Mark to generate a dinosaur name?
Let's hear it.
Okay. How do you feel about the band Dire Straits?
That's before my time.
Ah, dude. Okay. So you wouldn't know that the lead singer of Dire Straits is Mark Knopfler.
I don't know that.
Okay, well, now you do. All right. He's a hell of a guitarist, by the way. He has a dinosaur named for him, and it is Masiakasaurus. So how do you feel about that? Kind of rolls off
Perfect.
the tongue, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds like caramel macchiato, and I like those.
Caramel Macchiatosaurus. We'll stick with that one. Okay. Let's see. Pat, Druska, Everett, Dan, Justin. Everybody here?
Yep.
Here, boss.
Yo.
Here.
Okay, great. So the folks that talked about general and shoulder seasons and such during lunch, what have you got? What'd you come up with?
It's in the chat. You know, we had 3 bullets and then we combined them. And so the very, very last thing in the chat is sort of the combination of the 3 bullets. I don't know that any of us are like 100% on the wording. We like what it's, I mean, we basically just combined the 3 bullets.
Okay, so we're on a common ground here, though?
Yes.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
It made us happy too.
So it's a good day.
Yeah.
Sarah Source, can you copy what they wrote? and put it on screen?
Sarsaurus, it's the one underneath, reduce the need while maintaining the availability, addressing, and then it starts with maximize. That's what we combined.
Got it. One moment.
Imagine how fun this meeting would be if we all had dinosaur names.
I thought you were going to say, imagine how fun this meeting would be if we took shots every once in a while.
We can.
I like that.
We
You
could
guys
make it a
didn't put brandy
drinking
in your
game.
coffee this morning?
Whenever you hear other thoughts, take a drink.
All right, the purple highlighted stuff here is our new bullet on top and the 3 previous ones below.
So we kind of need something between management tool and a comma reduce, because there's a little bit of a break there, but reducing the need was a more palatable way to say it. Or reduce the need. Oh, reducing, maybe that's the way to fix that. Yeah.
Okay. So how about this? I see more than one principle in there.
I know.
That's okay.
But remember, it made us happy.
Well, believe me, we're going back to this if I mess that up. So, Sarah, could you go to where it says maintaining the availability of hunting tools? Let's start a new bullet right there. And then get rid of while. Is that getting at the intent of the group?
You think so?
Mike, we also said that we wanted to incorporate it into one statement, and then while reading it, for me, it's easier to read short statements that get to the point. But I was happy with the way we compiled it into one big statement.
Yeah, yeah. So this is just, you remember we talked about if you have a sentence that incorporates multiple guiding principles, you want to split them out.
Okay.
And that's all we're doing here. So if it changes the meaning in any way, we need to know that.
Gotcha.
So with those 2 new bullets, are people comfortable? One thumbs up from Ed.
I
Yes.
think it's good. Yeah.
2 from Kevin, so somebody's getting overruled.
Works for me.
Allie, 1. Okay, Dan. Druska.
Yep.
Justin.
Yep, I like it.
Okay, Mark.
Looks, it's the best we've had yet.
Okay. Pat.
I just don't like any of it. It's fine.
Can you live with it?
Yes.
Okay, Everett.
Are we keeping the 2 that are above and then losing the 3 that are highlighted? Is that the idea?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Joel.
Yeah, it's fine with me. I guess I honestly don't care either way. I just wonder if we should include 5-week general rifle season, just to be clear and specific on that. But I'm good either way, honestly. I don't know that it even matters. Just a thought.
5-week rifle season, general rifle season.
I think I'd be
General,
okay
I
with
mean,
general
at the
rifle.
same time.
Let's just put general rifle.
General rifle. Okay, Casey, what do you think?
Yeah, I
We'll get
think-
rid of the 5-week, I believe, Sarah, Soros.
It works for me that the maintain the availability of hunting tools for addressing elk conflicts. I think it needs another word or two to make it clear what we're talking about. So maintain the availability of a variety of hunting tools or something like that, because it, as a standalone statement, is not. I mean, I'm not sure what it's I'm not sure if people would know what we're trying to get at there.
Does it make any difference if you said for addressing elk conflict on private land or for landowners? Would that make it more clear?
I know what we're talking about. I guess I'm just trying to see what it means to somebody that hasn't been talking about this for 3 hours.
Right. I'm not adverse to putting in something about a private landowner on private land.
We might want to keep it open in case there's conflict anyplace else too.
Well, that's true. Okay.
Stacy, are you concerned that hunting tools is vague? Do you want to be more specific about that? Or what is it that's going on in your head? Casey, are you thinking hard or blowing me up?
No, I think it works for me.
It does? Okay. So let's get rid of those last three. Going once, going twice, gone. And keep those two. Considering the happiness level that was achieved during lunch, are we still about there?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay.
Yep, I think we can move on from that.
I forgot to ask Carrie. Carrie, you good with us?
Yeah, sorry. I'm really happy with how the group found common ground on it. I think they did a great job.
Okay. Justin, did you want to weigh in?
No, I was saying I think we're ready to move on from that. I think it looks
Okay.
good.
Moving on. Okay, so let's scroll down. Over there in group 2. You can see the things that have been pulled over and the things that are still there.
Yeah, so the red shows you the stuff that I don't think is in here yet, but the blue indicates what's already in our main one that might be getting at the same thing or close enough. So.
Any of those need to be pulled over?
I think the red on number 5 is the same as the blue we pulled over.
Is number 1, maintain public trust management? Is that something that we should include on the very top in strategic principles?
Where did we put it if we brought it over?
I don't think it has been brought over yet, Jessica.
This is the only phrase related to public trust in our current document.
Isn't it in our opening statement?
I think so.
Maybe.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't that right there under number 1 to maintain public trust and inputting and setting elk objectives? I guess it's.
That's public input. I know we had public trust somewhere. I thought I saw it.
Oh, good point.
But I don't know.
So we currently have it under number 4 in this form.
Okay, yeah, there it is.
Thanks.
I think we keep that one under number 4, but move the highlighted red into the strategic principles.
That good?
Number-
Oh, go ahead.
Number 17 should go back into, it was under seasons.
Is
Season
that
like-
something that maybe we should modify that first bullet point as maintain widespread over-the-counter opportunity?
Yeah, that was our, Justin, that was our attempt at trying to be more specific about what we meant about widespread opportunity.
That's right. What does the group think about that?
Good job.
That one we specifically had changed under number 4 where it says maintain opportunities for hunting mature bulls, I think is what we switched that to.
I'm sorry. So the the over-the-counter opportunity was an attempt to rephrase maintain widespread opportunity. So
Yeah, because we were struggling with what is widespread opportunity.
Yes.
And we were
Yeah.
talking specifically as
Oh, okay.
over-the-counter tags.
So you want to replace that first bullet with number 17?
well, I'm not saying we
Oh.
have to, but that's what it's baked into that statement. So I could put it out there for discussion.
Well, I don't know what widespread is, but I know what over the counter is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if widespread is necessarily needed, but I think people like their over-the-counter opportunities.
Yeah, I don't think we need widespread or the parentheses, either one.
Does anyone have a problem with changing maintain opportunities for hunting mature bulls to improve opportunities for hunting mature bulls?
Other than we keep using maximize and minimize and maintain. Is there a way to say it using those 3?
Well, I don't know if I want to maximize. That seems, I thought about that. I just don't know if maximize is the right word. I guess I
Gotcha.
slightly improvement. I don't think I think everyone would like a little bit better chance at a limited draw tag.
You could
That
say
was-
increase if you want.
That was in our group, if you look at number 19 in red, what we changed it to, just to get rid of that word opportunities.
That's right, Ellie, we did. And I just used the word improve because I saw that, that was also used in the Lion proposal.
Yeah, improved is fine. It's giving you a sense of direction. And it's a little less vague than alternatives, than improved. So that might be a little up to interpretation, but if you say increase limited draw permit, that's pretty clear.
Quick clarification. Do we want to improve the areas or do we want to improve the chances for hunting? The way I read that is more of a habitat improvement. And I don't know that's what we're trying to get at, or am I just misreading that?
I think I was going at it as increasing the amount of mature bulls in limited draw areas, and not so much habitat, or even increasing limited draw areas.
Sounds good to me, all the ways you guys have said it.
So are we
I
changing?
just think if we say that we are, or increase limited draw permit areas, that sounds specifically as making a higher number of limited draw areas. And I don't know if that's what the majority of Montanans want.
I think we're trying to capture the idea of opportunity and quality and the balance between those two. So the over-the-counter opportunity speaks to, an ability to go out, any Montanan to go out and buy a tag and hunt elk in any given season. The quality one's a little bit harder one to get at. And I'm not sure necessarily that everybody would agree that that we're trying to increase, limited draw areas or So I'm not sure I would buy into the way improve limited draw permit areas as a guiding principle, but that we were trying to say they continue to have some areas set aside or some opportunity to continue to do that. So I struggle with that one a little bit.
Yeah, I'd be okay with, replacing that line, that bullet point that's highlighted with number 19, maintain those permit areas.
So change improve to maintain?
Yes.
Is that getting at what folks are thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Any objections? Okay, looks like last one from group 2 is maintain a sustainable outfitting industry. Do you want that to cross over or not?
We had some trouble with that because that's dictated by how good a businessman they are.
That was sort of where we went too. It wasn't really FWP's job to maintain that interest. And we stuck outfitters over under the bullet on maximizing satisfaction with elk distribution and thought that was as far as they could really go.
I agree.
They're under that sub bullet point.
So no need to move that over?
No.
No.
Cool.
On that next bullet where it says ensure regular review, can we?
Where are you seeing that, Druska?
It's right under the, no, where is it? Well, it's in number 4. It's right above the purple, that bullet. Can we do maximize regular review and update objectives, or maintain regular review?
I think that's less vague than ensure.
Okay. It just, well, in my orderly little mind, it looks weird because it's not an M.
But to me, the challenge is that for one, we don't think it's happening right now. So maintain is probably not going to work.
Okay.
But maximize is not something that's super tenable either, because theoretically that would mean you have to review it every month, right? Or some. So I'm not sure what to do with that. We're basically wanting to make sure that in the future, this plan and the objectives are reviewed on a regular basis. So
okay,
I'm not sure how to say it.
So does that become a strategic objective that needs to be moved up? No matter what, you want to see regular review and update of objectives.
I think so. And I think that encompasses it all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we need to specify that that's population objectives?
I don't know if we need to limit it to population. I think, I think if they're objectives of satisfaction, I think those can be reviewed regularly too.
I agree. I think it should be the plan. I mean, I wouldn't limit it to just the objectives.
So would it be management objectives then? Or I just feel like objectives isn't specific enough, but
I kind of agree. Or, yeah. And should it say ensure regular plan review? And update after that? Yeah. And review and update. Yeah. Will they have actual management objectives?
Yeah, they will. For sure. And
So
if you
that
look down
happens-
below, then we go down to, we do talk about go ahead.
I guess I'm confused between objectives and principles.
I think the objectives are an actual definition, you know, of what they're shooting for in the plan, you know, versus what we're pushing them to strive for.
Okay, thank you.
I thought the original intent for that bullet point was for population objectives, because that was what we talked about weeks ago, that hasn't been updated in 15, 16 years. And I think even then it hadn't been really updated since the previous plan. I totally agree that all the objectives should get looked at, but the original intent was the population objectives.
So what if you said management and population objectives?
That's, I think that probably, I think population's a good word to have in there somewhere.
I think it's, I kind of like having both management and population before objectives.
I like that too. I think we could probably take out plan. Just my opinion. I think that's implied, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Any objectives to that? Objections to that?
Okay, back to the right side there. Question that group 2 had about hunter recruitment and youth participation. Should that be part of the elk management plan?
That was something I brought up, and I feel like now that we're at this point, it's more of a general hunting of any species, not just elk. So I don't know if it really belongs in this.
I would agree with Allie.
I'd agree with Allie as well.
I'll agree.
Is there some place in our hunter, let's see, when we talked about hunters, didn't we say something about, I don't know, maybe I can't find it now. We said something about improving hunters or maximizing, yeah, number 6, sorry, there we go. So I wonder if, so there's lots of programs that would get at hunter recruitment. And what was the other phrasing? Hunter recruitment and youth participation. Would something like that fit under this hunter behavior place, or is that getting too specific? Like maximize hunting programs?
You know, I think we mentioned this also in our preamble on the previous document too, talking about hunting heritage.
Lindsay, got a question for you.
Yeah.
To what extent is ComEd included in a species management plan?
I don't know, Mike, that's a good question. So, you know, up to this point, they have been helping with, you know, the outreach as far as even just a specific step. And in terms of public involvement through plan development. So they are certainly involved in the process, in the planning process. Are you getting at specifically this point that we're talking about, the hunter recruitment stuff?
Well, so like, just to illustrate, would you have a section in the elk management plan that said like communications and outreach and specified actions that could be taken to do communication and education? Is that part of a species management plan?
No, it certainly could be. We do see those sections in like the CWD management plan, for example. There's a specific section on how we're going to communicate and educate based on CWD. Some of the migration stuff that's coming out right now, there's a specific section on how we're going to communicate and educate about migration, you know? So I'm trying to think, you know, in the mule deer stuff, we don't have a specific section for that, but that's not to say that we couldn't in this new plan. So keeping an open mind and given those examples, I could see that being a section in a new elk management plan.
Okay, thank you.
So does that mean we want to put it on 6?
That's a question for the group. Do you want to have something in there about improving hunter recruitment and youth participation?
What do you think, Allie?
I mean, I don't think there's much of a downside to it. I only really hesitate because we have so much already and it's not really elk specific.
I agree with that. I just think when you look at this plan, it's so focused on elk and that hunter recruitment, that is very much a focus of, it does, if we had more hunters theoretically and had a place to put them all, you'd have better harvest, but I'm not sure it's hunter supply that's necessarily the issue of, it's going to help us one way or the other as far as putting together this elk plan. So I think putting that somewhere else would be a good idea.
But something else to think about, we do have a youth hunter season. And just to recognize that we have it, if we put in there, maintain.
It doesn't extend to elk.
Yeah, that's just
the youth season doesn't?
Nope, just deer.
Fair enough.
Antelope and waterfowl. And that was largely a pushback from the public.
So are the youth hunts that like Mountain Sky does, that's just something they do? It's not something to the state?
those are during the general season, but like I think what they're talking about is those like that youth deer day we have.
Yes.
I think it's that Thursday, it's not 10 days before the general big game season starts. It's that Thursday and Friday when all the kids are out of school.
Right.
There is youth antlerless opportunity in some districts. It's not a youth season, though.
Okay, so we're in agreement then not to include a bullet about hunter recruitment and youth participation?
Okay.
Okay, no objections. Let's screen past group 3 there. And you know the exercise by now, so what do we want to pull over?
Did we get maximized transparency in how elk objectives?
I think we did.
Yeah,
we did. Yeah,
we did.
I
It's
think we
blue.
did.
Okay.
You can cross out
I
this
think
one.
And I think we've got number 3 too, don't we? We've already talked about it.
We
Yes.
changed a little bit of it, but yeah, I think we got it.
So if you look at number 6, I think that seems really specific, but I think the other alternative there would be, and the way I saw it come up a lot was instead of landowner sponsorship for elk B tags was just making certain elk B licenses either unlimited or over the counter.
I'm lost. Sorry.
purple number 6 there.
Yeah, the purple are just the more comment related stuff that you guys had included. I wasn't sure if you wanted to discuss further.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Someone from that group, what was that exactly thought process?
It looks like a solution to number 5. Like they might have been going that way.
I think you're right, Mark, and I just wonder if it's too, that's a very specific tool, and I think it's just not really covered under this group.
I agree.
What if we just put it up there under number 4 where it says maintain over-the-counter opportunity to hunt elk, including B tags?
I just wonder if that's more of a directive and not a guiding principle.
I'm trying to remember
I kind of
some
agree.
discussion around this. This was our group, and I think it was more just our thought process being put down on paper. So I agree that it's very specific. So maybe the right place in a principle, a guiding principle.
I'm okay with leaving it out.
Leave it out.
Yep.
Okay, moving down.
We had talked about this. Yes. Sure.
Done.
Yeah, we did talk about that.
You guys just talked about this sustainable outfitting industry, but this is again a how to do that. So
we have number 13. Yeah, you got all that.
And you guys talked at length about all this stuff, correct?
Yep.
And the Elk Public Trust, I think.
This was the
Yep,
only
we
part
got
of that.
public trust there.
Have we talked about shoulder seasons yet?
I don't think so.
Caramel Macchiatosaurus, what do you think about shoulder seasons?
I think they're a useful tool when needed.
Nicely done.
So then this one isn't in there quite in that form, but these 4 kind of, I thought, got to that in different ways.
So that's in the conflict section?
No,
Or should
that would
be?
be
It's under conflicts
Yeah.
and
Okay.
then disease as well.
Oh, we have minimize, and then we have a disease section.
Mhm.
Minimize prevalence, minimize disease spread, minimize transmission.
It looks like we pretty well covered that.
Feels to me like we have, but
So to be the devil's advocate here, so we did a positive statement which says maximize satisfaction with elk distribution and listed agricultural producers. Is that the same thing as minimizing elk conflicts with agricultural production?
I view it as such. If the agricultural producers are satisfied with the distribution, that's probably limited damage.
Mm-hmm.
But if we want to be more specific, that's fine. I feel like it's covered.
I would agree. I think it's covered.
I guess the question is, folks with a land owning interest, do you all feel like it's covered?
So on number 5, and I'm just going down there because it talks about landowners. I wonder, although those landowners aren't necessarily the same thing as agricultural producers. I guess I would like it reinforced so that either that or to either add a bullet where it says minimize out conflicts with ag producers, or take agricultural producers out of the maximize satisfaction and create that whole number 1 bullet with C and then 1, where it says impact on agriculture, you minimize the conflicts with ag, you minimize crop depredation, you minimize disease spread, you minimize prevalence, minimize transmission. So you could put all of that under minimize out conflicts with ag. And maybe that could be number 3 instead of just disease.
Hey, I honestly wonder, I mean, my sense is that because disease is, if you think about how that brucellosis working group and the action plan has come together over the years, I think trying to keep it as it's obviously it's an integral issue to this elk management, but I think you want to keep it alone
separate.
so that there's a real focus on it, because in some of the places like where you are under objective, but it's huge disease problems. So it's.
I think we cover it pretty good, number 3.
Yeah, I think number 3 is covered, sure. I'm just still stuck on the minimize out conflicts with ag production. But that's just me.
I think Dreska's right. It'd be nice to have it re-emphasized or more specific in there somewhere.
Maybe instead of crop depredation separate there, we just say well, I don't know.
How about this?
Is crop depredation the same as agriculture, minimizing agricultural conflicts?
Yeah, I would just add a comment there throughout these, not specifically this discussion, but in a lot of discussions that I have with people not necessarily from agriculture, there's a widespread misconception out there that grass has no value. So to us, grass is our main crop, but the common definition of crop is something that you plant. So anything we put in here, I like the broader term ag, which includes us ranchers rather than basically a farm type crop.
So let me propose something here. Sarah Source, if you could go ahead and just temporarily cross out minimize crop depredation. Okay, now let's cut and paste impact on agriculture. No, just the whole thing and all the sub bullets down. Not there. Nope. All the way to the bottom. Down. And create a number 7. So Druska, does that get at what you're thinking about?
Yeah.
Okay, what do other folks think?
We put in if we put under the word where we have crop, we just need to somehow incorporate rangeland. Crop slash rangeland.
Yeah, that's a good
like
one.
that.
Yes.
Because that's our valuable crop is rangeland.
So that elevates agriculture considerably in the list of guiding principles. Now, we're not ranking here at all.
Right.
But it does sort of, what's the word? You're emphasizing how important that is.
Yep.
So how do other folks feel about that? I've heard from the landowners. I'd like to hear from others.
As a hunter, I think it's great.
Could you go back towards the top of that draft guiding principles on the screen on the left, just to see how we dealt with it up above?
As a landowner, I would like to commend a lot of the members of this group for recognizing the importance of agriculture. I think lots of people from unexpected quarters have come out in pretty strong support of agriculture. So I think that's great. We're doing a good job there.
Mike, I think it's pretty important issue and it should be included at that level. Does that mean we have to go back to our issue statement and have a parallel change there?
I don't think so. I think,
these numbers we have on the paper are just guiding us through this process right now.
That is correct. You
And
might
I
want to
wonder
go back and make sure the issue statement is, it lays the ground for your principle. So you just want to make sure that it does that.
What if you move number 7 right up underneath number 2? And then it goes.
Then we would be cutting this out, correct?
Nope. I didn't want to cut out the disease part. They'd be separate, but you're just having the conflicts, I guess.
Well, all those disease things are in the colored
Yeah,
one.
I think we can maybe thin out that colored one a little bit with, especially the CWD.
Well, so what if we got rid of 3? Since we created a whole section for ag, and then also put minimize CWD somewhere else in the document.
Yeah, we could put CWD in the conflicts and concentrations or distributions.
Yep.
And then everything from number 3 would then be able to fit into number 7.
Yeah. And we could, talk just minimize disease prevalence and spread of CWD in Montana. And then
Dan,
it's
what are
in
your
both
thoughts on that?
places.
I think that's fine. I mean, I think that disease, brucellosis is the issue that I think probably consumes or creates the most anxiety in the agricultural community. And I think CWD is the one that produces the most anxiety in the hunting community. So
I agree.
Kind of.
Although I think, yeah. And so you don't want CWD to spread, to increase in prevalence or spread. So if you use those 2 words in a minimize disease and yeah.
Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, you probably don't need the increase.
I agree.
word
You don't
there.
need the increase.
But prevalence and spread. And then it's still mentioned down below in the agriculture, because if it jumps species, it's a big deal.
Yeah, I agree, Jessica. I don't get the impression that a lot of agricultural producers are thinking about CWD, but I think
it's a big
ticking
deal.
time bomb. Yeah.
Yeah. And let's see. minimize the transmission of brucellosis in affected areas. In our group, we decided that since brucellosis is moving farther and farther across the landscape, we should just remove unaffected areas.
Right.
Yep.
And then you would take the agricultural producer bullet out of maximize satisfaction.
Yep.
And we're deleting this part too, is that right?
I think so. Because I mean, I feel just like what Dan said, that the disease issue is really important, but it's also super important, the amount of habitat and all of that that's an issue for landowners or egg producers. So I think I appreciate that people are thinking about giving us our own number, and then that covers it all, I think. You see anything we're missing, Ed?
No, I think we're doing pretty good.
Okay.
I wonder here is you don't want to have the same objective, the same principle in your list twice. And so you got CWD in there twice.
Yeah.
And you only want to have it once. And that's not to say it's irrelevant to agriculture. Okay. You're just, this is just a way of organizing things. It's not saying that it only works for this or that, but you really only
Yeah, I mean, if you're,
what's that?
If you're minimizing it, it helps agriculture and,
Right.
Right. I mean, it doesn't matter.
So it should be out of 3 and definitely in 2.
Okay. I interrupted somebody who was weighing in.
Oh, I just was gonna say I wouldn't be opposed to keeping agriculture as a bullet under the elk distribution in Montana.
The satisfaction one?
Yeah, just because I think it's important there because I mean agriculture is the number 1 or number 2 industry in Montana, and I think it's important that we recognize them as a large stakeholder.
Okay.
Okay, are we good?
If there's any chance of CWD making the jump, it would actually, everybody knows pretty much that's in the hunting world what CWD is. I think it'd be better in the agriculture.
I think so. I think it's very dependent. I mean, I think it's, like I said, I think it's a ticking time bomb in the agricultural community, but I think generally the general population of Montana right now thinks of it as a hunter's problem and not an agricultural problem.
I'm good with whichever way. If everybody wants one way, that's fine. I was just making a statement that it could go in either one and suit the same purposes.
Would you get at the both if you said minimize prevalence and spread of CWD on all lands in Montana? Because then you're covering everything, federal, state, tribal.
Yeah.
Of course, they don't have any rules there, but, or any, yeah.
I think CWD is already included in number 3 in the 3rd bullet where it says minimize disease spread to livestock and among wildlife species. And I think the impact of CWD broadly is more than just agriculture. So I like where it is.
Okay.
All right, are we good? Okay, Sarasaurus, hit save. And everybody pat yourself on the back or take a victory lap around the room. It's your choice. That was a huge accomplishment. So let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back and see if we can put some finishing touches on this. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay, see you at 2:05.
Are you on here, Patrick?
Okay, I've got 205. If we got everybody who's not here, raise your hand. Okay, so I might have given the impression when I said finishing touches that the rest of this was going to be easy. We're not quite there yet. This is massive progress, but here's the thing. If you consider these as marching orders, for somebody, they would look at that list and go, you're sure asking a lot. And so getting it down, and also from a decision analysis point of view, you know, if I were going to crunch the numbers based on these to make a decision, it would never get anywhere. Okay, it would be really, really difficult to get to the point where it's clear what to do. So now is the time to go through and think about what is really, really important. Okay, what are the showstoppers for elk management in Montana versus, well, this would be nice. And particularly where you see any overlap or any redundancy, get rid of both of those. But now's the time to see if we can get these down to a manageable number that people can use for actual guidance.
Hey, Mike, would it be possible to get an emailed copy of this so I can print it up and like look at it? And if I can't see the whole stuff on the screen, I end up not being able to pick up duplication.
No, actually, I'm sorry. I should have thought of that. So
Yes. I'll send it out in just a sec and then be right back.
So anyway, the point isn't that coming up with all those was wasted effort. It was necessary. Okay, you need to be thorough before you can go through and weed. So it would have been really difficult if you didn't have the full list of possibilities up there.
Mike, when you say a manageable list, what does that look like, just to give us a target to shoot for?
You know, I'd rather not do that. And here's why. You need to have as many principles in there as you feel is necessary and no fewer. Okay. And so I don't want to set some sort of objective for you, but I think it does take hard thinking about what is really, really important to success versus, you know, if this does or doesn't happen, it's not going to make or break elk management in Montana or the elk management plan. Okay.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Don't we really have 6 points right now with guidelines under them?
I'm sorry, Pat, you were breaking up. Pat, you want to try that again?
Don't we really have 6 main points with guidelines under them?
No, those numbers are just addressing the problems in the issue statement. And so, you know, when you're asking people to come up with an elk management plan based on these, you want them to try to achieve as many of them as you can. Or if you can't achieve, you know, all of them, where do you find the compromises? And so you would want all of those bulleted issues to be considered.
I already see one spot where we can make a quick edit. We have maximize localized grassroots input in here twice. It's in number 1 and it's in number 5.
Let's take it out of number 5. Because my rationale there is 'cause a lot of times you hear landowners say, if they would have just asked me where the elk were, I could have told them. And so there's some on the ground, I live with them, I know what they do, knowledge that should be shared.
And that's probably covered in that maximize stakeholder interaction through small group / kitchen table discussions, right?
Yes, that is.
So that makes me wonder if we could actually take it out of number 1 as well. Only because we say right above that, maintain public input. We could maybe even say maintain public input in setting elk objectives and management. And then if we were talking about it in other spots as well, it may just be redundant.
So you're saying get rid of maximize localized grassroots input completely?
But if you're going to set it, go ahead, Marcus.
Oh, sorry, Jessica. Just it seems to me that we've said that in other forms, in other ways throughout the document.
Well, and if you look at like the strategic principle number 1, it seems like, how are we supposed to integrate the strategic principles and the, you've said this before, but the guiding principles, and we have to basically put meat to the bone, so to speak, of the strategic principles down below?
No, strategic principles are separate.
Okay.
So those are what you want to have accomplished in the elk management plan, no matter what. Okay. Guiding principles are those things that your decision makers, the people writing the management plan, are going to have to try to find balance in and try to achieve.
So our group came up with that bullet, and if I remember right, their intent was basically, when I said that, I had Druska in mind, thinking about her discussion with the biologist in the kitchen table. And so I think like just promoting that as much as possible, like local discussions, whether it be with single landowners or multiple landowners within a smaller area. I think that's really important that FWP gets that kind of input and feedback.
I agree. We can't lose the localized part of the input, because it does no good for me if somebody over in the big mountains are making decisions for me and vice versa.
So let's leave it in number 1 for now and take it out of number 5.
Could we combine bullets 1 and 2, or sorry, 2 and 3 of number 1? So say maximize localized grassroots input in setting elk objectives.
I would kind of worry about that a little bit, just based on my experience with sometimes the public in the urban areas of Montana, worrying that they, even though they obviously are not on the landscape the way an ag producer is, they still feel like they need to make sure they have a seat at the table in how the elk are managed.
I almost think they have to be separate, Marcus.
Okay.
Dan and I didn't know if it should be grassroots or grassroots, so we weren't sure which.
That's true. We still don't.
How about it should be localized grassroots input, maximize local grassroots input. Yeah.
And just to clarify, I had a question. This is still specific to population objectives, right?
Correct.
Is saying maintain public input and maximize local grassroots input making a value statement about which is more important?
No, equal. Oh, because one of them is maintain and one is maximize?
That's a good observation. I think we're not trying to create one over the other, but I could see how that would be perceived that way.
So maximize on all of it.
I don't know if this is a Mike question, but with our first strategic principle as maximize collaborative opportunities, if we expanded on that a little bit more, do we need all of the individual, maximize public input, grassroots input, NGO input? We have probably 10 different bullets on specific cooperation or partnership between two different groups. But if that's a strategic principle, do we need all of those?
That's a good question. I think it comes down to if it's strategic, you're saying, I expect this to happen no matter what. If it's guiding, then you're saying, I'm willing to accept that this might not get done, or as much as I might like, because something else is going to get done. Okay, so you can, if you have a strategic principle of, hey, we all need to work together. Okay, your guiding principles can spell out what that means. All right, so that it's clear when you're not achieving that objective, or this is the best way I can achieve that objective. But you don't have to do that.
So do you think it's better that we leave all of those bullets with specific partnerships between two groups?
Which two groups are we talking about?
Well, there's a lot of them. I mean, number one, there's a couple. Number two, there's a few. Almost all of number 5 is partnerships, couple in number 6.
I'm going to need you to point out something specific because I can't read that fast that much.
Okay. Well, most of number 5, it's like maximize landowner-hunter partnerships, maximize stakeholder interaction, maximize, well, I guess we moved the grassroots off that one. Number 6, maximize opportunity with hunter landowners. The one right below that, between NGOs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. If you have things spelled out specifically, there's no need to say them generally. On the other hand, if you have something that's very general and not helpful in making a decision, then you want to spell them out. But I would see that, so maximize, for example, maximize stakeholder interaction through small group kitchen table discussions. That's capturing a lot of the same thing I've been hearing about, local input.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an opportunity to thin things out. And, if getting rid of one of those doesn't feel good, then how do you modify it so that, both of those are captured?
Yeah, I also see some of that redundancy, and would it be worthwhile to go through each of those and to see if what we have in the strategic principle captures what we're trying to accomplish under that very specific one? And then maybe.
Well, yeah. So let's give that a try. Sarah, could you go up towards the top? Okay. Let's go through each of them. And okay, so this is really important. We've hashed over a lot of concepts and terminology and all that kind of stuff. And if we can avoid it, I don't want to slip back down that slope. All right, so I'd like to have a discussion just about, for each one of those bullets, is it redundant with another bullet somewhere? So let's start with maximize transparency. You all have a copy of this that you've printed out, it's on your computer. And to your point, Carrie, yeah, you know, it's something already captured in a strategic principle that we don't need to go into further.
I think the important word in that bullet is transparency. I think a lot of misunderstandings occur when people leave a meeting going, I don't know how they got that number, or that number doesn't make any sense.
Okay, is that notion of transparency represented anywhere else in the list of principles?
Or I'd also ask, is that an issue that you recognize, Dreska, or others, when we talk about population objectives, or are there other issues like season setting or length, or things like that, where transparency, you see transparency as being a problem?
I think all of it could be, I think transparency through the whole management plan is necessary so people understand how FWP gets to where they're going.
Does that fall under more strategic, since it's kind of an overarching piece that we'd like to see across all the issues?
It almost, to me, sounds like the first strategic principle. It doesn't have the word transparency, but
see, and I think FWP does a lot of this maximizing collaborative opportunities because they hold all these meetings all around the state. But I guess my frustration is, and I'm not gonna, so speaking from the people that I associate with in my household or close ranching people, it's, I don't get it. I don't get where they got that, or they didn't take into account X, or they don't know how stuff works because they're not on the land. So how do you translate that into, I guess.
Hey, Dreska, can I step in here?
Yes, you may. I'm not doing well.
No, there is no need to argue or justify these. Okay.
Gotcha.
So if they are there, they are there. And it's just a question about whether they're redundant.
Okay.
Anything. So, and I think Carrie asks a good point, or asks a good question about, should maximize transparency be up under strategic principles? You expect that no matter what happens with the elk management plan. That's not negotiable. Is that fair?
I think it's fair.
I do too.
Well, let's move it up under strategic and see how it fits.
Yeah.
How's that?
Fits well.
They just do a wordsmith and do like maybe elk management is implemented, or because this is specific to objectives, how it reads right now.
Do you want me just to add the word management in front of objectives, or are we changing this away from objectives?
Transparency in how elk management is implemented, or no. Implemented.
About elk population management objectives.
Elk management decision making.
Yeah, because I'm trying to avoid just being about population objectives. Yeah. We'd want them to be transparent about season setting.
That's kind of why I thought it looked a lot like the first one above it, because you want to be transparent in decision-making process in formulating and implementing elk management plan.
If we could figure out a way to put transparency in the first one, that would probably work.
Yeah.
both in transparent formulating and implementing of the elk management plan.
Mm-hmm.
Not Lee, just both in transparent formulating and implementing.
Okay.
What do folks think?
I like that.
Okay, so let's get rid of that second bullet. Any objections? Okay, good. Let's go back down to the guiding principles. Okay. Anything redundant there?
Are we still on one?
I'm sorry, yes, I was not clear. Anything else on one that is redundant?
That also looks like strategic principle number 1 to me. The maximize public input.
I think I would keep that in there just because I think it's really important to have both. When people think about maximize local grassroots input, it's pretty clear what, at least what I go to is conversation on the coffee table or the kitchen table with folks on the landscape, whereas the public input is the entire Montana public. So it's kind of the macro and the micro.
I like how you said that.
So you would
Macro,
want to
micro.
keep both of those, Dan?
I think I would just, I mean, if I'm a guy from Billings, which I am, that would be kind of where I'd find my home, I think, as far as my
Yeah,
input
I think
into
they're definitely different things.
But you don't think it's redundant of the first strategic principle?
No, I think we're pushing to incentivize the local input as well.
I think it is probably somewhat redundant, but we've identified that objectives as that setting and implementing population objectives as being a specific conflict. And I feel like we need to address it in the guiding principles for how we might improve that approach.
Are these the two where we had a discrepancy earlier where one of them was maintain and one of them was maximize?
Yes.
If I worked for the department and it said maximize public input, to me, that's a huge undertaking. I feel like I like the word maintain better and keep maximize at the local level. I don't want to take away from the public, but that just seems like a lot to consider to move forward. There's going to be a lot of difference of opinions. And maybe that's what makes the best product is several different opinions.
And I think like if I was looking at it from the department perspective, I would think maximizing local grassroots input is going to be more labor intensive than maximizing public input. If we're talking about a public meeting, say at the Rod and Gun Club in Billings versus, you know, going up to Boulder and meeting with 15 different landowners at their houses.
Okay, disregard what I said.
So we want to keep those two bullets under number 1?
Yes. I do.
Other folks? Okay, going once, twice. Pat, were you going to say something?
I was gonna say, yeah, move on to the next one.
Okay, going twice, 3 times. Moving on, let's go to number 2, conflicts and concentration. So let's think about any redundancies within that group, with other groups, and strategic principles.
I wonder if you couldn't say the second and the fourth one are kind of redundant.
And also the second to last one there.
So get rid of, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the second one, you could maybe say maximize partnerships with private landowners and land managers, or
Mhm.
between private landowners and land managers with FWP.
I wonder if that language of agencies isn't important too, just to emphasize state, federal, local agencies that are involved with.
Yeah, it could be Everett.
So maximize partnerships between private landowners, land management agencies, and FWP.
Did you want land managers in there somewhere?
I think
Like-
that or the agencies. I mean, I guess it comes down to how much we want to, distinguish them.
Okay.
So does that allow us to get rid of those two bullets that are highlighted?
I think so.
Yep.
Yep.
Dong. Okay, maximize hunter access to elk.
Is that, I mean, we say that as we want you to do this. Is that within their wheelhouse to do?
It's within their wheelhouse to pursue other ways for them to open up that access.
Okay.
As a hunter, I want to keep that one.
That's fine. I just wasn't quite sure what it covered or meant.
Yeah, they have an access program within FWP to investigate and try and open up those opportunities.
Okay. Thanks.
I just wonder if we need to clarify this one a little bit, because I think we're all on the same page, but it may be misinterpreted as access not specifically restricted because of ownership, but because of like roads or trails or transportation issues. I don't know. It's
See,
just a
I kinda
concern
like
I
the
have.
I like
And
the broad term of it.
That
Talking about,
is a big issue for anybody that's getting older or getting crippled up.
Yeah, true. But I guess what's the purpose of that bullet? We're talking about because of ownership limitations, right? Or because of like landlocked or private land limitations versus like going in and creating a new road system on state land or an FWP easement.
I think we kind of wrestled around with this before and kind of decided to stay with it, but I think we're talking about all of those. I think we're talking about areas that are difficult to access. We might be talking about landlocked public lands, or we might even be talking about private land that, doesn't want hunters on it, or doesn't, if it's a hunt coordinator, being able to help negotiate that or whatever. I like that it's broad.
And I guess my point would be there's probably a lot of hunters that would prefer that access to elk is limited, because then that means that they have an advantage, right? Like hunters that are, let's say, hardcore, that like to backcountry hunt, or, and so the more limited access is, then the better the opportunity is for them. Just something to think about. I mean, I'm not saying, I guess I don't know what I'm saying, but it's a pretty broad bullet that I think could have a lot of different meanings or implications.
And maybe to help clarify, Joel, is if we think about this under underneath the auspice of this particular issue, you know, with problematic concentrations or not being able to meet harvest needs to get populations to objective, you know, kind of underneath that specific auspice, and not, I mean, it's not sort of a over a strategic principle in that sense where it's so big and so broad that we're looking for any and every opportunity to get everybody to an elk, if that makes sense.
How about doing this, maximize hunter access to elk to minimize conflicts in elk concentration, elk distribution, and elk behavior?
We may be working too hard on this one too, because the next one isn't quite as palatable to me, but it covers the same thing. Maximize satisfaction with elk distribution in Montana for hunters, landowners, and so on.
That
I think
doesn't
that's a
include
good
access.
I'm sorry, Ally, I stepped on you.
That doesn't have anything to do with access though, which was where we started with this bullet point.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is access is one of the things that's going to satisfy a hunter. You know, and we have to make a trade-off with everyone else at the same time. And I totally understand that.
I actually kind of agree with Pat that in thinking about it, is any individual hunter, if they're satisfied with the elk distribution, it means that they're reasonably satisfied with their access to hunt those elk. So, I mean, I could see the merits of dropping the confusing access one. It does, to me, when you read maximize hunter access, it is pretty ambiguous.
Well, so about the maximize satisfaction bullet, could it be argued that pretty much all the other bullets define what is going to satisfy hunters or satisfy landowners or outfitters or what have you? If so, do you need to be more general and just say, I hope they're satisfied, when you've designed a lot of these principles specifically to satisfy them?
I got lost. I don't quite understand what you said.
Well, so it's like, I missed who exactly said it, but you know, hunters that have access to elk are going to be satisfied.
Correct.
Okay. So do you need another bullet saying, well, are hunters satisfied? Because you've already basically said we need to do the things that satisfy them.
Well, we've got a lot of people under that. All you do away with is hunters.
No, I think we've probably done that for landowners and agricultural producers, maybe the others.
I don't agree.
Okay, help me understand that.
Well, in the basically the ones up above are primarily talking about hunters. You're hunting as a primary population management tool, your land management agencies, your private landowners. I still think we need the reference there to the distribution, because distribution has been a key point in much of our discussion with respect to Druska's situation down there and our situation. It's not necessarily a population issue as much as it is a distribution issue.
Okay.
So I kind of like to keep some reference to distribution in there.
Okay.
I agree with Ed.
We just rewrote the one above it though to mention distribution.
But it's in reference only to hunters. It doesn't include everybody else.
How about if we put stakeholders?
I think the original statement was to improve hunter access.
It was.
And all the stakeholders below aren't necessarily going to be on board with improving access. They are going to be on board with the recognition that distribution of elk in Montana are a problem or a conflict. I don't know.
So even with not everybody listed below on board with maximizing hunter access, if this is just left in the guiding principles and they can try, but they don't, maybe can't do it all, if they maximize effort to increase hunter access to elk, I think that would be a plus over time. Increase effort.
Yeah, I
Where did-
agree with Mark. It was definitely a conflict that we talked about quite a bit. So I feel like it should be in here somehow.
What should be in there, Ally?
The hunter access.
Okay.
Would it be controversial if we said maximize legal access for hunters?
I think that sounds good.
Well, but is
Well, I don't
FWP
know.
going to do anything about illegal hunter access?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're not
I
gonna
agree. I
pursue
don't
any
like the
illegal
word legal.
access.
I'm a little,
Okay, so
sorry, real quick.
Marcus, go ahead.
I'm a little confused about the part that we added to it, where we say to minimize conflict, distribution, concentration, behavior. I mean, there's other reasons we would want to maximize hunter access that don't have anything to do with those three things we just added. And I'm worried that if we have those three things there, that it tells the department that they're only supposed to work on access for these specific things. Am I overthinking this, or am I on the right track?
I hear you, Marcus.
That's a fair concern.
Yeah, and I think it's whether we decide how to format this or not. Right now, the maximizing hunter access to elk is listed underneath that specific conflict. So whether it's bigger than that specific conflict is, I think, is what you're emphasizing.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Our challenge is that we tried to combine several different issues into one simple statement, and it's apparent to me that it's not as simple of a statement as we thought that it was, because we mean a few different things. I mean, I think that one of the challenges is we're talking about access to private lands where there are elk concentrations. On another issue, we're talking about access to landlocked public lands where there's elk habitat. And for somebody in northwestern Montana, they're talking about they want more elk on the landscape because the access they have to land doesn't have elk on it.
That's kind of why I said that the next bullet down would, as good as we're probably going to get today, satisfy that. We're already, there's conflict in the one above already. If we maximize satisfaction for hunters, landowners, so on and so forth, that is doing the job.
Do we mean maximize hunter satisfaction with access to elk?
I think Pat's saying we can all get on board by deleting the current bullet and letting the next bullet down represent everyone. Because satisfaction with hunters no doubt means that there's access to elk.
That's what I think too.
Is that what you're saying, Pat?
That's correct.
And I can get on board with that too.
I'm good with that.
I am too.
It works.
That works for me. Would we want to throw in elk distribution and access in Montana?
No, I think elk distribution's already in there.
I know, but like put at and access after distribution.
That might
I wouldn't,
open
I
that
wouldn't
might-
convolute it. I
I'm
think it's
sorry.
good how it is.
So do I.
Yes.
I like access on it. I feel like we can't just ignore that piece that we talked about a lot.
Well, in our situation, maximum access is already part of the problem. We're
But it's
surrounded.
maximizing satisfaction with access, and it lists all of those stakeholders. So it's not saying necessarily more access, it just would depend on the stakeholder.
I tend to agree with that. It isn't saying that for your part of the country you'll have more access, but we may have more gates opened up and allow us more access to our wildlife. And it would help the wildlife enthusiasts and outfitters, all of us.
It would be a blanket way to deal with the access issue, which is everywhere.
And it has to be satisfying. That's what we're after, is satisfaction for all the different people, different entities lined up underneath it in the bullet points.
So one thing I put in here just for folks to think about, and this is having listened to a lot of conversations, and that is, it is widely perceived that it is really difficult to manage elk in Montana using harvest because hunters can't get to where the elk are. And so that's pretty fundamental. All right. And it's not just about hunter satisfaction, it's also about population management. And so if one of the fundamental problems in how elk are concentrated, distributed, or how they're behaving is that hunters can't get to them, then I think it would be worth capturing that as part of the solution.
I think we need to capture that in its own point. I don't think we can capture that in the maximize, I think, or in the bulleted out points with the 5 user groups. I think that creates some implications and some complications that the department may not be able to deal with or may not have the resources to address. So I think if we're going to say that, it needs to be its own bullet point.
I agree. And I also agree that it goes beyond satisfaction. It's having those elk being accessible for harvesting is a way to achieve management goals and population objectives.
So do you want to put that last bullet back in there?
Yes.
Do you need to have that highlighted wording, or is that obvious given that it's underneath number 2 there?
Do away with the highlighted.
Folks okay with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
So if you've maximized hunter access to elk, do they need to be a bullet and maximize satisfaction with elk distribution?
I think, at least the way I was thinking, is they're 2 separate things.
Okay.
Hunter access is for population management. Hunter satisfaction is, do they like where the elk are distributed?
Okay.
Did I get that right, folks? Don't let me put words in your mouth.
I think you got that right, Mike.
I can go with that.
Yeah.
Okay, anything on the satisfaction bullets?
We've probably gone through this 100 times, but other stakeholders we're missing when it comes to elk distribution. One that comes to mind is like, land management agencies who may not be satisfied with distribution of elk, whether they're on their landscapes or not, or in high concentrations or whatever. I feel like once you start listing out stakeholder groups, there's always someone missed.
Oh yeah, the list is infinitely long. Think about it this way. Which folks are making the phones ring at FWP headquarters?
About what?
About problematic elk distributions.
The ones that have phones.
I would say all of them and more.
Okay, who's doing it the most?
I think the ones that we've got
Ones with an
listed.
unlimited plan.
You're not gonna, if you try to capture everybody in there, for example, let's say you had
Cat lady in New Jersey.
something like that, and you're saying that that person's opinion or satisfaction, ranks right up there with hunters and landowners, and you want FWP to consider them, equally. And I don't think that's what folks would intend. I think there are some folks that, the people that need to be satisfied is a much smaller number. You're never going to satisfy everybody. But, if you left somebody off there, okay, who are you leaving off there that would make FWP's phones explode?
Hunters and landowners.
Okay, they're on there.
Oh, you mean if they aren't on there?
Yeah, so if somebody left off right now that should be on there because they'll make FWP's phones explode.
I think we got them pretty much covered.
I do too. I think you could probably say that land management agencies are landowners. So
Yeah, I think I brought a lot of this point forward, and I think my intent there was to include everybody that actually had some skin in the game, which is obviously your hunters, landowners, outfitters, and ag producers. They all have a financial stake in the thing, and then your wildlife enthusiasts, we included as an important part of the Montana economy, just tourism or whatever there. So that was my thought, at least, was this group of people has some skin in the game, at least.
Would it oversimplify it? And I'm just throwing this out here as a thought exercise real quick. Would it oversimplify it if we said maximize stakeholder satisfaction with elk distribution in Montana? I'm not advocating for that. I'm just asking the question.
So what the answer to that, that's a good question. It's the right one to wrestle with. All right. And so you would include them all in there if, you could take one management action that would satisfy them all. They would all respond the same way. But if you have a situation where, landowners could respond completely differently from hunters, then you want to capture those differences. So you wouldn't want to treat them as if they're the same. You would want to be able to say, well, okay, we're satisfying landowners, but we're not doing a good job with hunters at all. Okay. Does that make sense, Marcus?
That does. Thanks for indulging me.
No worries. Indulging is what I do.
Yeah, no, that was helpful too. And I guess I wrestle with that with if we think of other guiding principles that we have in here that might warrant listing out specific stakeholders. I look at that strategic principle, the first one, and we very broadly talk about stakeholders and not list them out specifically. So yeah, it helps to talk through that to understand when there is value and intent on listing out stakeholders and maybe when it's better to encompass them all.
Carrie, we're trying to reduce them, not add to them. But that's okay.
I hear you. I just want to make sure there's intent behind listing them out.
Yeah, I know.
And I think it's super important. I mean, the first two are super critical. You could say the second one covers agricultural producers, but I don't think you do any harm by including those are the, in my mind, those are the folks that are going to make the phones burn up. And if you can figure out a way to satisfy largely those groups, elk discussions will be a lot easier in Montana.
How about multiple stakeholders?
I think you'd still wrestle with trying to figure out a management plan that made all of them happy. And that's, if you think that that's not possible, then you want to say who the multiple stakeholders are.
Well, yeah, this one for everybody to be max or absolutely satisfied, it's an impossible proposition in my eyes.
That is probably true. And so that's why you want to break them apart.
But it's a worthy goal.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great if you came up with a management plan that's like, holy cow, it makes all of these folks happy. But at least you would know you're making all those folks happy. Can we move on from satisfaction?
Yep.
Okay. Prevalence and
I can
spread
go
of
with that.
CWD.
I think we already talked about that one unless somebody's changed their mind.
Is that good then?
Yep.
Okay, let's look down at ag.
Do this. Do you think we should include hoof rot? So just say minimize prevalence and spread of CWD and other emerging wildlife diseases in Montana?
That kind of goes back to the same thing. If you do one thing, that'll affect both CWD and other emerging wildlife diseases, that's fine. But if you have multiple diseases and you might manage for one in a way that wouldn't manage for another, then you want to separate them out.
I kind of remember.
It's not a big deal to me. So either way.
I was just going to say, I kind of remember talking through this when we did the previous document and we had Justin come on and kind of highlight maybe the three biggest diseases we were going to focus on, rather than throwing it out there as, any disease that could hit the wall.
Let's go back to what it was.
Is that good with people?
Yep.
Okay, ag. Anything that is redundant with strategic principles, other principles in this list?
Well, the first two are saying pretty close to the same thing. Actually, the first one says the same thing as all the rest of them. It just not as itemized.
So,
I'm sorry, Dreska.
So minimizing elk conflicts with ag producers can be anything from fencing to distribution to
brucellosis.
Yeah. So, but brucellosis is a huge deal. So it gets to have, in my mind, it should have its own bullet point.
Agreed.
Should
and
minimize crop and rangeland depredation be in there too, given number one?
I don't know, Ed and I felt, go ahead.
I actually prefer crop and rangeland depredation over number one, but I just thought that was a little more specific. I'm okay with either one or with both of them. I like the one that includes crop and rangeland though, because that's a big problem. It does not include the problems with disease and things that Druska has talked about though.
Well, so let's try this on for size. Sarah Soros, could you delete that bullet? All right, so does what is left there, does it still capture what was in that first bullet?
I think it does.
Seems like it does.
What if we left that first bullet in and changed production to operations to include, fences and haystacks and whatever else?
But would it still be redundant?
I worry if you go with the last suggestion, I worry that like that would bring in outfitting, and I think trying to be really specific to crop and rangeland is probably better than agricultural production in general, because that's a huge.
How do you figure it brings in outfitting?
Well, I don't know, if I had a ranch and, we were using outfitting as a primary way to, or at least a way to keep our ag operation profitable and sustainable, I would consider that to be, part of my agricultural production, I guess, or my agricultural operation. It's part of my income stream.
Okay, in my mind, that's a hard one yeah.
I would say something like minimize impacts on ag production. Impacts can be the hunters themselves and the things you have to do to go behind them and watch for weeds. And so it's not just crop, but fence. I mean, there's a multitude of things.
I like that. Ed, do you feel that agricultural production includes rangeland?
I understand that. My fear is that a lot of people don't. A lot of people just don't really understand the value of grass. So, but I'm okay with the first one as an alternative to the second one.
I think that's a good. I would support that.
Could put rangeland, agricultural production, and rangeland.
I'm good with that. Yeah. If that one will fly, I'm fine.
That good, bye, folks?
Good job.
So if an elk is eating public grass or grass on the Forest Service, is it impacting the rangeland?
Could if they ate enough.
Well,
I would say, Dan, from the standpoint of interacting with the Forest Service, if elk impact on the rangeland on the National Forest reached a high enough level to where some sort of an adjustment in AUMs became necessary, the rancher is the one that's going to take the whipping, not the elk. They will cut our numbers and do nothing about the elk because they can't. So we are the ones with the skin in the game there, on public range as well as on our private range.
the bullet is impact on agriculture. And so these are the things that impact, well, I mean, if we go into public land that is grazed, that's a whole different issue than private.
Yeah,
and so
I agree, Druska.
So number 3 for me is private land, agriculture.
I agree.
And there's plenty of private land that has rangeland.
Right.
That's impacted by elk concentration. So that fits in with that bullet of crops and rangeland.
Maybe it should have private rangeland.
I wouldn't worry about it too much.
I mean, the bottom line is we have no control over what the Forest Service does.
That's right.
So, I mean, you can put private there, but, and I agree that if the Forest Service depletes their range, it's a problem for us, and it's vice versa. So yeah.
So, I'm gonna be pushing you folks along because we have about an hour to kind of finish these deliberations, and then we're gonna need some time to talk about what comes next and things like that. So, don't let me push you past a point that you think is critical. But if you agree we can move on, then I'd suggest let's move on from the rangeland and ag production. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the next two bullets after that are, no, not up above there with the disease and brucellosis.
They should be able to be combined.
Is that one guiding principle?
Yeah, with brucellosis as the lead.
Well, speaking of people with skin in the game, Druska, can you see combining those?
So I think we left in the second bullet partly because it kind of covered the CWD and we didn't have to put it in twice. Minimizing disease spread to livestock and among wildlife species. I was struggling with that before. This is an elk plan. It's brucellosis is self-sustaining in elk. So I don't know what it means to minimize disease spread in a wildlife species. I mean, we don't have feed grounds in Montana. Although I will say that congregation or concentrations of elk in a large area at the wrong time spreads the disease amongst them.
So how about if we just put minimize disease spread to livestock as an impact on agriculture?
Yep.
And then got rid of minimized transmission of brucellosis.
I would prefer that brucellosis actually be mentioned.
So minimize transmission of brucellosis to livestock.
Okay.
What do other folks think about that?
Good by me.
I'm relying heavily on Druska for this one.
Anybody else?
I think it deals with what's right in front of us right now as an agency and, you know, for elk in the next couple of years. It's not to say it won't change and there won't be a new challenge coming forward here before too long, but for right now, the primary transmission issue is brucellosis, if not almost the exclusive one. It sounds like as far as spread to livestock.
Okay, moving on.
Quick question. So impacts on agriculture from elk still include fencing and damage to property, not necessarily just all crop or rangeland. How did that get fit in under, like, I'm not sure where that fits in the statement that's there.
I thought it was under agricultural production or part of agricultural production, but I can see your point.
Would that come under
I think
impact?
it's an impact.
That would be an impact. So that would be minimize impacts on agricultural production in private rangeland. That anyway is stretch it, whether it's fences or sprinkler
Roads.
systems, whatever.
Is everybody going to understand that? Because to me, I'm sorry, but to me, agricultural production is crops. I mean, crops and cattle. And fencing is infrastructure. So
our cattle pay our fencers wages. He fences about 6 or 7 months of the year with wages paid by cattle.
so what if you just, okay, and so if you have a lot of elk on a pivot, they could be damaging the pivot also. So what about if you just said minimize impacts on infrastructure?
We're trying to reduce this. Would it work if we took and out, put a comma there, and put a and at the end of rangeland infrastructure?
Sure.
Works.
Thank you.
Okay, are we good with number 3 then?
Mhm.
Okay, number 4, there's a lot of meat in this one, so let's look real hard at redundancies.
I would be okay with combining the non-resident and resident elk hunting opportunities. I think resident elk hunters in Montana have more access than anyone in the world, or more opportunity than anyone else in the United States. I just wonder if it's not a problem to change maximize on that to maintain.
Oh, in that
So
case,
could you say something like maintain elk hunting opportunities for both residents and non-residents?
Yep, that was my thought.
I'm okay with that.
so maintain resident and non-resident elk hunting opportunities?
I was just going to say maintain elk hunting opportunities for residents and non-residents.
On another thought, is that even necessary considering we have do we still have the over-the-counter opportunity to hunt elk? Yeah,
We do, yep. And we still
Yeah,
have
I
a
mean, what do
legislative
other people
limit
think?
on the number of elk tags for non-residents.
I was just going to mention that, Dan.
Yeah, I don't,
Saying, sorry, go ahead, Allie.
I was just gonna say, I didn't think those bullets were necessary, or just that second bullet now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance of it not being maintained for, so I don't understand I don't really think it's necessary.
Gillett,
Go ahead.
others? We're moving along quickly now, so don't hesitate to speak up if you see something you don't like.
The next one is unviable. We're gonna have more and more hunters in our allotted amount of ground due to population and everything else.
I don't think it's necessarily unviable if we were to address season structures.
Yeah, and I actually think that I worry about the fact that number 3, ultimately 15, 20 years down the road, when we've got 3 million people living in Montana, maybe maintain limited draw permit areas for hunting any elk. When you've got, so I mean, I think the over-the-counter opportunity will be held on to as long as it can until you just have too many hunters and too few spaces.
I just don't see how to minimize the crowding is where I come into it. If I'm able to hunt, I want to hunt, and basically I want to hunt where I want to hunt. And all the rest of the hunters I know do too. There are backcountry places that a lot of us can't get to. And then there's the more local areas that everybody gets to. I think with the system we have right now, that one, I understand where everybody's coming from, but I don't think it should even be there.
What do other folks think?
Well, I think it's an emerging problem in the state, and if we don't acknowledge it, I don't know how we could start to try to solve it. Recognizing that we know that it's only going to get more challenging as more people move here.
Okay, so here's
Well, and I think if you think about what Ed was talking about, I mean, they let their issues allow 10 people a day, but you know, the issue is how to create that opportunity, even though, I mean, access is not limitless, or neither, I guess, opportunity. So it's, I think Casey's right.
Well, and I don't think just because we don't have any ideas right now on how to do that, I don't think that's a reason to not include that as a principle, you know.
So honest question, do elk regulations have the ability to change the distribution of hunters on the landscape?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. So keep that?
Yes.
I agree with what Casey was saying. I think if we don't task them with it, then we can't complain if it's not addressed. So we task them with it now, they get creative and find some innovative solutions.
Okay. Moving on. Limited draw permit areas.
We want to keep those.
Everybody in agreement?
Question. Can I ask a question about this one? As CWD becomes a larger issue, we're starting to see, especially in region or in 270, we had a special tag this year for mule deer to try and see if we can bring down buck numbers while maintaining that trophy quality. And we haven't seen any results from that yet, but is this the place to ask the question, what if CWD becomes an issue in 380 and now we've got, 40% prevalence rate in elk? Is that something that needs to be considered in here?
You're saying we don't want to tie the department's hands if there's a conflict with some of the principles?
I think it's worth discussion. I mean, gosh, we all hope that doesn't happen, right? But I mean, what if? And I'm just wondering, do we need to have that in there, or do we need to talk about that at all, or is that just, I'm too late to the game at this point, Everett?
Well,
I think, go ahead.
I was going to say, just for me personally, the intent with this isn't to say we're trying to etch whatever the existing permit areas are in stone, but to acknowledge that part of the structure includes some limited draw areas. So I don't know if everybody agrees with that or not.
I would hope that if we came up with a sudden problematic type disease issue in a certain area, that the local biologist would have enough horsepower to gather up some local support and take that up the chain of command and figure out a way to deal with it. I don't think we can deal with it at this level, but I would hope the flexibility and things that we're trying to build into this bigger product would be able to deal with that.
It is. I mean, I think the other thing is, if you look at the elk management plan that we've been operating under, CWD was barely on the radar screen when it was drafted. And when CWD showed up, it becomes emergency declaration and you can act really quickly. So regardless of what the elk plan says, we were able to get around it if we have to pretty quickly.
Carrie, you were starting to say something?
Yeah, just sort of recognizing that there's also a CWD management plan to help address those issues as they grow or fade or whatever it is. And maybe that's more of an opportunity to get into the weeds on it.
Okay, so limited draw permit areas, keep, discard, change.
I'd like to leave it as is.
Keep it.
Keep it.
All right. FWP's primary role in management of elk.
That's strategic, isn't it?
Yeah, do we have this up top?
Yeah, it's in strategic. That fourth, or
Yeah.
fourth bullet, maintain.
Yep. So we can wipe that other one.
Are those saying the same things? I can't see them both at the same time.
First one says maintain public trust. Manage, never mind, I can't remember now.
It says maintain FWP's primary role in the public trust management of elk.
What if we were just to take public trust out of the second to last one there, since you have public trust above it, and
Yeah.
just keep management of elk and just take out public trust?
So
Who else would, oh, go ahead.
that will take care of that one we was just on.
If you left public trust, could you just get rid of the one above it?
They're kind of two different things. I actually liked the edit that Dan just made. That actually made it make sense in my mind what we were trying to communicate with these two.
What was that? I didn't catch it.
Sorry. Oh, there you go.
I don't think we need public trust in the second one. That should be their primary role, is to manage elk. And then there's the, maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, so pull public trust out of the one you've got highlighted there. Yeah, so the bullet where the cursor is the who, and the maintain public trust management of elk is the what or the how.
Now we need to go back, or I would assume we need to go back down where we hit the, what was that, 5?
Yep.
I already deleted it there, so.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Please don't tell me that we need more discussion of that one.
I think we handled it.
Yeah.
We're good.
Woo, okay, thank you. All right,
We have this one farther down, or kind of farther down. I don't know if it's something that we can
Yeah, under number
consolidate.
6. Yep.
I know one we're talking about technology, but I wonder if we can't consolidate those two.
You could say in management and use of hunting technology. Something like that.
does that belong under season length and structure, or is that hunter behavior?
That should be hunter behavior, I would think.
I think all of it could be behavior.
How's that look?
Good.
All right, number 5.
Didn't we already hit the small group kitchen table discussions above? The
I think we
interaction.
did, actually.
So I think that one was put in for management of conflict. And maybe it doesn't need to be in recognizing landowners. You know, we could probably get rid of number 5 if we just made a statement that fit somewhere else that said, you know, recognition of agriculture and, or private landowners, private working lands, for the habitat they provide. Something
If we
along
were to
those
leave
lines.
it at leave number 5 the way it is, but just get rid of the third part. And then you've got a section about incentivizing collaboration. You've got an incentive about maximizing landowner hunter cooperation. And it's all under the principle of recognizing landowners providing elk habitat.
I like
That's
that.
fine. So you take away, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. That's good.
I would suggest maybe you don't need improved language in the elk management plan because that's what we're advising already. Not the whole
True.
thing, just the language, improve language in the elk management plan. You want to
So just say incentivize collaboration among stakeholders.
Thank you. Yes. I think I'm turning into a Zoom zombie.
It's hard not to.
Yeah.
I think we're ready for the next section, number 6. Have I got it all on the screen? Yep, I did.
We're going to end up with it on one page here pretty quick.
That will be tremendous. Okay, so number 6.
I agree with that statement.
I'm not sure I understand it all the way though.
I don't understand that one.
We're
And do
maximizing
we
the
have-
opportunity for FWP to improve hunter-landowner relations.
I think that's the edit you need to make.
Okay. Okay.
I missed something. What is NGO?
Non-government organization is usually what it means.
So like the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation.
Oh,
or
all right.
Stock
right.
growers.
Should that first bullet go under, should that actually go under number 5?
I think it,
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good call, Jill.
Yep. Good job. Yep.
so how does maximizing cooperation with an NGO do anything to hunter behavior?
I think it was part of that Master Hunter reference, wasn't it? That program.
Yeah,
I don't
When we were talking in our small group, I mean, that was one of the references, but I mean, there are lots out there that deal with hunter behavior that FWP doesn't need to reinvent the wheel, but look for ways to partner with them to, I mean, it's no secret that we have hunter behavior problems that are increasing. And so if there are ways that FWP can help work with those groups to achieve the same goals, I think they should.
Are all of the programs that were discussed under the auspice of an NGO? Or, I mean, I'm trying to think of like communication and outreach that the Forest Service might do or other organizations.
Yeah, I don't know if they all are, but definitely the ones that I know that are, I don't want to say impactful and denigrate other programs, but most of them are that I deal with anyway.
And maybe instead of maximize, we could say facilitate.
in our area, the NGOs are the landowners.
Yeah, and sometimes that's a red flag, that NGO. To me, it is. I think in Kevin's case, there's been, he mentioned earlier, some issues with the Fish and Wildlife Service and the BLM both. And sometimes that's an insidious creep of NGO promoted policy into those agencies.
Yeah, I just kind of wonder if that needs to be in that
Yeah,
number 6.
I'm kind of leery of that one myself, even though you've included stock growers in there. I mean, stock growers can comment on this, and I'm sure they will comment on it. So I guess I'm not really married to that one there.
Well, Carrie, as the sole representative of an NGO, I'd like to hear more from you on this.
It makes me a little nervous to have that on NGO shoulders. Solely on NGO shoulders as it's listed.
So what would make you less nervous? Getting rid of it or changing it?
Or maybe, I mean, if it's important to a group to recognize those opportunities, maximize programs that promote good or hunter behaviors that are promote good hunter behaviors. I'm not sure how to word it, but maybe just address it.
I like that angle better than NGOs. NGOs are a red flag to me.
Yeah, I guess the question I'd like to ask is what programs does FWP currently have after Hunter Ed that addresses hunter behavior?
I think they have.
Ev and I have both. We've presented at some sort of a program. I can't remember what it was called. We've been a couple different times and had very good presentations at, what was it called, One Montana or something. Maybe somebody can help me out. But it was a deal. It was a pretty extensive program. Those people were going through something like 40 hours of training to get this little certificate that they. The goal was that would increase their chances of gaining access to private land if they had completed this course.
Yeah, and Ed, you're talking about my program, and you're absolutely right. And I don't want this to be seen as just self-serving for me, but I think once you graduate Hunter Ed at 12, there is very little out there, and so I think it's important that we recognize that there's a needed continued education of some kind, or some kind of PR program at the very least that addresses hunter behavior, because hunter behavior continues to be problematic and it's becoming more and more of an optics problem just because everybody's got cameras and social media now.
So Everett, are you referencing something that's a little more substantial than, say, communication and outreach? It makes me think of like access signs I see along the interstate about, ask a landowner before, going on private land. I mean, I think those are all opportunities to communicate and promote good hunter behavior. And it seems like you're talking about something much bigger than communication and outreach strategies.
Yeah, and Kira, I don't know what an end product would look like there. I think it's something that needs to be an intentional part of the conversation.
So Everett, what program did you say you do?
Yeah, I work with a nonprofit called One Montana, and they sponsor the Montana program.
Okay, and they have the Master Hunter, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, let's go with what the sentence is and do away with the highlight. And then that takes care of the next bullet point.
What do folks think?
I think we ought to leave that second one in there because not everybody has the time or the opportunity or can get accepted into that hunter program. That's a pretty extensive process and it does a good job. You have to apply and then be selected. So not everybody will get in there.
You're right, Ed. And I think I'm hoping that the first bullet can represent more programs than just the One Montana or the Master Hunter program that One Montana does. I'm hoping it can represent sort of the broad spectrum of programs that are out there now or that could be out there.
Yeah, and to be really clear, Carrie, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
I think the highlighted line you have is really vague. And I'm not sure what, if I was looking at that and that was my directive, I would be sitting here for a week trying to figure out what the heck we were talking about. I like that we say maximize programs that promote good hunter behaviors, because I think that says, you know, look for new opportunities for other programs, continue using the ones that you have. But it's the first bullet is pretty clear and direct. The second one's really vague to me.
What if we put in ethical in place of responsible? Is that a more widely understood word?
I still think it's captured in the one above. I mean, we say promote good hunter behaviors.
No,
I agree with, I think you're right.
I mean, they're going to encourage them through programs. I mean, that's how they're going to do that.
I agree. It's you're already promoting good hunter behavior in the bullet point above that, or the one above could say responsible hunter behaviors. It doesn't matter which; it's interchangeable.
Well, my point is that the first one at this point in time is a little bit more exclusive, where the second one, to me, that's more like a couple paragraphs in the hunting regulations or something like that that just kind of points out what is acceptable ethical behavior. But at the same time, I'm not 100% certain we need them both. It's just that to me, it's two different things. I mean, the end result is the same. It's just two different paths to get to the same endpoint.
What if you said something like utilize existing communication abilities to promote responsible hunter behavior? So that's not creating something new, that's saying communicate in the ways that you have. So using existing communication tools or methods, yeah, that's fine. To define and promote responsible hunter behavior.
I'm okay. How about you, Marcus?
I think the principle is good. I think what you're trying to get at is good. I just still feel like it's captured in the one above, but this isn't where I'm going to draw a line in the sand. So if everyone feels like this is a good thing, sure, let's put it in there.
I feel it's redundant.
I don't know that they would ever not do that, regardless of what we say. So I don't know that it's necessary.
Well, I agree with Pat, but I don't disagree with the statement.
Oh, no, I don't disagree with the statement.
You could say maximize programs and practices that promote good hunter behaviors.
I like that.
That's all right. Then get rid of that one.
I'm okay with
Yeah,
that.
that's a good mix. And I just want to sort of recircle around this point that, at least in my mind, that this is specific to elk and the issues that it causes for elk management. So I'm trying to just frame my mind around that.
Well, the hunter behavior, that covers everything. It's not just specifically to elk. It's to any wildlife interaction, really.
I agree. I just know that this group really went through this and from what I understand, wanted to make sure that this remained an issue in the issue statement for being effective in managing elk on the landscape.
I think the starting point for that, Carrie, is that in my conversations with the ranching community, and I know one heck of a lot of them around the state, poor hunter behavior is the #1 issue, deciding factor on why their property is closed to hunters. So to me, we just need to mention hunter behavior somehow, just so it's on the radar here going forward.
Yeah, I hear you 100%. I just want to make sure my mind was in check to make sure that what I was throwing out there was relevant for elk specifically.
So my concern is with the first bullet, you're saying utilize the other programs that other groups do and promote them, but we're not holding FWP accountable for doing anything. They may do something, but we're not holding them accountable for doing something to promote good hunting behavior.
So I've got a suggestion.
Sure.
How about maximize internal and external programs that promote
There you
good
go.
behavior?
That works.
If you wanted to, you could break them apart so that, you can evaluate them separately, or you could leave them together.
The idea is to make it smaller, right?
Well, it needs to be as small as it needs to be, but no smaller.
I think it's okay that way.
I like it that way.
Do we
Yeah,
still need and practices? It just kind of seems pretty clunky there at the first 6 or 7 words.
Yeah, get that out. That's fine. Yep.
Could I propose that we get rid of the word good? It just feels like a weak, vague word.
Yeah.
Something like ethical, or I don't know, ethical is the word that keeps coming to mind.
Right. I agree.
There you go.
Yep.
So just from a visual standpoint, are we keeping the second bullet? If we are, it looks fine. If we're not, having just one bullet under a number, is that okay? Or would it look better if we did separate out the first one?
I think I'm okay with keeping that second bullet point.
I like the second bullet point. We talked that over through this whole thing as far as
I thought it got put, did it get taken out somewhere? I thought it was in already, was my reason.
We put something about technology up in the strategic principles, I thought.
I like it in there.
I like the sentence. I just thought we had it somewhere. Is my question.
Yeah, we brought the technology into it
Technology
to pull it together.
I want to know if anybody else thinks the sentence reads like we're going to use the technologies for hunting management, the way it's worded, maybe, and the use of hunting technologies is in the wrong place. Just wondering if everybody else thinks it reads proper.
How about if you were just to say maintain the fair chase principles in the regulation of hunting technology?
I like that, Dan.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of a word like emerging technology or something, but I like that.
Yeah.
That definitely helped my perspective out, Dan.
Is maintain fair chase principles and management of hunting a strategic objective?
I think the first part of that sentence is a strategic one. Maybe the second part needs to just stay where it is.
What do other folks think?
The first half could go up and leave the second half where it is.
We went into that some, that there are places where fair chase will not work in it. Where we have to call a herd sudden like. I was thinking we'd already gone over a certain amount of this depredation hunt, that's that kind of thing. That's why we brought it down to here.
Other folks?
I like seeing fair, excuse me, I like to see fair chase principles and the regulation of hunting technology in the same sentence.
Okay. I'm okay with it.
I'm good with it.
I like all of it in there somewhere. It's something we've all talked about a lot throughout the course of these meetings.
So leave it in there. Going once, twice, 3 times, it's in. Okay, that was successful. We cut it down substantially. There's still a fair number in there, but it seems to me that they're different enough to bring a fair number of things into the discussion when people write an elk management plan. What do you guys think?
I'm brain dead.
Yeah, testify, sister.
I feel like we've worked really hard on it, done the best we could, and tried to stay within everybody's views.
Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Other folks, happy? Or more specifically, do you feel you can own this?
Can we zoom out and see the whole thing?
I'm sorry, say that again, Mark.
Can we zoom out and see the whole document?
Can you read that at rate?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not the same as the mountain lion one.
Yeah, I was just about to say it's a little longer.
Well,
I'd be happy to co-own it.
One could argue this is a little bit more complex than the mountain lion one, or a lot.
And I disagree with you, Mike, from yesterday when you said hound guys don't care about elk populations.
Well, I never said that.
I'm pretty sure you did.
I did not say that. That would have gotten me killed when I was facilitating that meeting, so no way.
Not in that meeting, in this meeting.
Yeah, no way. No way, you were hallucinating.
I found your new dinosaur name.
This is recorded, Mike.
Amphibosaurus.
Other folks, do you feel like you can own this?
Yeah.
So indulge me a minute here, and this is just because I'm being thorough. Oh, wait, you don't have that little thing where you can do a thumbs up, thumbs down, or anything like that. Do you guys have that on your screen down at the bottom?
Not when it's in screen share mode.
Okay, so if you go ahead and turn your video on and give me a thumbs up or thumb down, just so
There's a
that I can
thumbs
feel
up
like.
and thumbs down under the participant. You can raise your hand at least. I will lose bandwidth if I turn my video on.
Oh, okay. So, but Carrie, you're giving us a virtual thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay. Everybody else, thumbs up? Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. I just, I do want to make sure that nobody's left out here. So,
we did not see a thumb from you.
oh, it doesn't matter what I think. In fact, on the contrary, you'd want to keep me out of this. No, I mean, in as much as I understand what your mission has been in this, I'm really impressed. I just have a hard time imagining how this group could have done a better job. And I'm not blowing smoke up your kilt. That hard work produced some really good product. And so my hat's off to you. You guys have worked incredibly well together, even though I know there's strong differences of opinion. And, you know, it's always mind blowing, but, you know, if you get to a document this detailed and all of you feel like you can own it, that's just amazing. So my hat's off. This is really good work. So we should probably talk about what comes next. And so this is where I think I'm going to ask Lindsay to step in. And so what do you want to do with all this stuff?
So I will go through sort of a quick rundown of what the plan is for these products from this group, at least as near as we can tell. And so with these guiding principles, we are going to present those to the commission, hopefully at the next meeting that they have, and ask them to adopt those for public comment. So those principles will go out and the public can comment on them for 30 days. Of course, taking that feedback, the commission can decide to adopt, amend, or take no action on adopting them. So that'll take several months to go through that initial process. Also in that process, we will seek endorsement from the commission for our next steps in this public process. And, oh, hold on one sec. I'm going to mute all of you. I'm getting some feedback, so hold on. I'm going to mute all of you. Okay. So anyways, with when we present that to the commission, hopefully they adopt it. Hopefully we get some feedback from the public on it. We will propose the next step in the public process. Those next steps will involve both FWP internally, but as well as the public. And we're going to talk about what we should do to be sure to fulfill each of these guiding principles to the best of our abilities. Think about some of those trade-offs, but for example, generically speaking, one of the guiding principles is maximizing opportunities for stakeholder involvement. So I think that's a great question to ask the public, you know, how should we involve you in the future? How do you want to be engaged with us? In addition to the current methods we use, how should we do that in the future? So that's just an example of one of the things that, you know, sort of a foundation for our public scoping will be these topics that you have all laid out. So there's a lot of future conversations that need to go on through the public process. We will continue to use the commission process throughout the rest of this plan development, both to seek endorsement on, yes, we think this is a good plan for development, but also as the plan develops, are we meeting expectations of the commission and the public? So just so you're aware, that's sort of our general check-in point will be with the commission. Specifically with this group, if you would like, we can keep you directly apprised of these steps in the process. So in other words, when we get a draft elk plan and we release it to the public for public comment, we can directly send it to each of you in case some of you don't have the time to follow public or the commission process. So you will have a chance to review it along with the rest of the public. But we do want to be sure that you have a chance to look at that and, you know, see if it met the intent that you had throughout this process and for this product that you have all created. So also, that's our plan for the future steps at this point in time. But I have to acknowledge that we do have a new administration coming up soon. We will have a partially new commission and a potentially new director. And so all of those things, all of those different entities can have input regarding this planned out process. And so that may change. Also with, you know, our current situation with COVID, I don't know how and when in-person public processes will be able to go on again. And we have not made the decision as to whether we will wait for that or we will attempt some sort of virtual forum or not. That decision has not been made. And so I apologize for not having a more definitive timeline, but because of those factors, some of that is subject to change depending on our new circumstances. Any questions about that? Yeah, Dreska.
There we go. When does the new commission come on?
So I believe the new governor will appoint 3 new commissioners, but then they have to be confirmed by the Senate, from what I understand. And so sometimes that can take a little bit of time, but relatively quickly, I would assume.
So what's to stop?
Just for reference, the last.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, like when Brian Schweitzer replaced Governor Martz, I know that even though his commissioners hadn't been confirmed, they started sitting like that January meeting of 2005.
So, I mean, I think we all feel pretty strongly about what the work we've done, and we all said we owned it. I would hate for somebody to come in and scrap it. And I don't know that that would happen, but is there anybody we should, I mean, should this group make a statement of some sort? I don't know what it would look like, but.
I think, you know, as part of the commission process and as we present this to the commission and public, we will describe sort of this group in general and how it was developed. But I do think that when it goes out for public comment, you're certainly more than welcome to make a comment on it and say, I was there, this is what I represent. I felt I was fairly represented. You know, whatever you want to say, you are more than welcome to make a public comment during that time.
Okay.
And that can happen either at the commission meeting where we're actually presenting it, or during that 30-day window, you can do a written comment during then as well.
Okay.
So one thing I'd throw out there for both the group and FWP to consider, just having done this many times, do not underestimate the capacity of other people to misunderstand what you did. And so that's part of the reason behind saying, you know, are you willing to own this? And it's because people are going to challenge the outcome and your contribution and all that kind of stuff, because it's not going to be clear to them what they did, what you did. And so we've tried many, many ways to package this for public consumption. And, you know, I think we're still trying to figure out the best way to do it. But I think it's worth further discussion between the group and Lindsay about packaging this up so that it best represents your efforts and what FWP was asking you to do. So if you just put like the issue statement out and the guiding principles right now, I think not only would people be giving you a hard time, but it would also make it less likely that other folks like the next administration or whomever would take it seriously. So that's just something I'd like to put on your radar screen, that it's in everybody's interest to package this well so that it's successful and it's a good use of your time.
Mike, what do you mean by package it?
So in the past, we've drawn up reports, we've given presentations to the commission, and you know, there's a context in which all this took place that helps people to understand, well, you know, what's an issue statement? Why did you come up with it? What's it supposed to do? And, you know, well, how come I don't see my particular issue in there? And the same thing with the guiding principles. You know, what the heck are you talking about? I mean, we all know that it's okay to have guiding principles that are actually opposite of each other, because we understand that that implies a trade-off and people are going to have to make that difficult decision. Lots of folks out there that don't understand what you did or this process would say, what the hell are you talking about here? This makes no sense. And so whether you want to do a report, or Lindsay, I don't know if there was some way of packaging this stuff up that you had in mind, but I would strongly encourage everyone to continue to work together until you feel good that whatever's going out represents what you did and what you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, Mike, I think, at least in my mind, I was planning on putting together some sort of background information prior to this, but putting it all in the same general package. And I can certainly share that with everybody once we get that assembled, and then still accept edits on, you know, anything that you see that maybe is misrepresentative, or if I've missed something. So if you all are interested in being a part of that, I can certainly send that to you prior to releasing it overall, the overall report to the general public and to the commission. Does that sound okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a bad idea to show this to, you know, once you have a pretty decent draft, show it to somebody you trust, and then let them tell you where it's confusing or it doesn't make sense.
And certainly too, I don't know how we are presenting this to the commission. I don't know if Brian is on and if he has any particular plans. If we are giving a presentation, we could do something similar to this Zoom meeting as well. If you have some time where you could watch a draft presentation, or I could send it out via email too, and you could glance through that again to see if it's representative of what you want. But I'm not sure. Ken's not on anymore. Oh, Brian, did you just unmute yourself?
Yeah, I did. You know, I think you've described it well. I don't know, you know, as Lindsay mentioned, we'll have a new director. Very likely we'll have some new commissioners. I would envision somewhat of a detailed presentation to the commission so that they would be well informed. We can't assume that they're going to be informed of the process that we've gone through up to this point, because We've already got one new commissioner who wasn't part of the description of this process leading up to it. And we could very easily have 3 more. But part of what we're kind of keeping in mind is if we haven't exactly nailed down the exact date of the next commission meeting, but it should be in early February. And in order to get that information to them, largely everything needs to be pretty much ready to go about 3 weeks prior to that. And so, we haven't run out of deadlines and we haven't run out of work to do. But I would envision it largely as Lindsay has described it. And obviously, that's going to be subject, as she said, to some of the changes in the administration we're likely to see.
I've got a question for Dan, since I think you've had to suffer through a few of these kinds of presentations from SDM exercises. What do you have a sense of what is the most effective way to present this stuff, or to help people to understand the outcomes?
Yeah, I think having somebody from the group, come up and maybe with Lindsay or with Brian, make this presentation to the commission and just say, here's who we were, here's what we did, and here's why we did it, and here's our work product, and try to explain it. I find it pretty darn helpful. And I think especially when you've got a new commission taking over, and I would guess that there's probably going to be 4 new commissioners starting in January rather than just 3. But who knows? I think, for continuity's purpose, and, I know that when I got on the commission, I had never heard of an elk plan, and I imagine the next commissioners will have a lot to learn as well. So I hope my kids just got home, so excuse the screaming. But I think having a presentation in this case would be helpful. I think it should be somebody, maybe a sportsman and a landowner. I don't know, together with Lindsay or Brian, just to do it that way. But I do think they're helpful. But like both Lindsay and Brian said, whether they're going to listen or heed that's not something we can control.
Any other questions on the process of our next steps?
Do we get to have a copy of what we did today?
Yeah, do you want a hard copy, you mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like that final draft of our stuff.
Yeah, I can mail you one soon of just what you did today, the issue statement and the guiding principles. And then I will email some drafts back and forth once we put that background information in. Would anybody else like a mailed hard copy? If you do, raise your hand in the screen so I can see you. Okay, hold on. Ed, Kevin, Mark, Pat.
Lindsay, you did say that you'll email a copy out so we could print it at home.
Yep, I think Sarah will probably do that. Won't you, Sarah?
I'm going to do that right when we're done today. So I'll send you guys the final versions, and also a document containing everything that we've gone through from one step to the next.
So Lindsay, I'm probably okay without a hard copy because it's not a ton of stuff to print at home.
Yeah, it should only be like 3 pages total, I think.
Yeah.
I think
If
the
it-
issue statements too.
Yeah.
I'm
So that'd be
okay.
fine.
I'm okay with an emailed one too, as long as it's just what we did today.
As am I.
Okay, so still need to send one to Kevin and Pat, correct?
No, I'm good also, Lindsay.
You're good. Okay, Pat, I'll send you one of what we did today. And then I will let you know too when we get that, the next step with the background information on too. I will email that to everybody, but I will let you know, Pat. I'll call you when we send it so you can know to check your email. Okay. So any lasting thoughts here?
Yeah, I just wanted to say it was, sorry we didn't get to meet in person, but it was great to work with you all and hope to meet you down the road somewhere.
I agree.
So
Yeah, I think we all would have learned something even more than we did through this process if we'd had the chance to meet in person.
I wouldn't be drinking a
I
beer
agree.
by
I've been on-
myself right now. So
I've been on a lot of these groups over the years, and I have to say that I was deeply skeptical of our ability to create a work product through this process. And I think this group did a heck of a job. And Mike and Lindsay and everybody else who participated did a good job. So thank you.
well, for my part, you guys have been a lot of fun, and I don't say that very often after one of these exercises. So thanks for doing you and doing it so well and doing it so well together. And again, not blowing smoke. It's people like you that make me proud to be a part of wildlife conservation in Montana. Thank you for how much you care and how much you're willing to work hard on all this stuff. It's humbling. So I hope to see you again.
Yeah, I second all that.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Sarah.
So before we sign off, one other thing I wanted to mention. So Quentin, our chief of staff, was on here earlier this morning, Quentin Kujala. He left a note in the chat box, and I don't know if everybody read it, but he said, I would like to thank you all very much for your considerable efforts on this important task. Also, Director Martha Williams, she was on the call or on the meeting earlier today, but she had to hop off and we were somewhat unsure of when we would finish. She also appreciates all of your efforts. And from me personally and us here in the Wildlife Division, of course, we thank you for your commitment to this process and for taking the time. You guys, I mean, everybody's busy and everybody has busy lives, and you took time out of that for this important topic. So we thank you for your commitment on taking on this first task in a big project, the project of developing Montana's new elk management plan. And so I wanted to read this one more time because I think it might make more sense now that we're done. But you have completed the charter of the group. And the charter of the group was the Elk Management Plan Initial Guidance Citizens Group will provide initial guidance for the revision of the Elk Management Plan drafted in 2005. Specifically, the group is tasked with identifying and articulating issues with current elk management and defining durable and overarching principles regarding the future of elk management in Montana. And so, like I said, I think now that you have completed your tasks, that probably makes more sense. And you can nod to each one of those things saying, yep, we did that, we completed that. And I know that this wasn't an easy process and it required each one of you to be a lot of things, but those things included being brave and being vulnerable and being respectful to one another and being leaders. And you did all of that and more throughout this process. I hope that you see the value in these products and that you take pride in them and take pride in the fact of knowing that you helped contribute to a really important thing for Montanans. Others I would like to thank is, of course, Mike Mitchell and Sarah Sells for our awesome facilitation.
That's not her name, Lindsay.
Huh?
That's not her name.
You guys did awesome. So round of applause for Mike and Sarah. I think they did an awesome job over these last several meetings. And it was their first time doing facilitation over Zoom. So even more props for that. Also here at FWP, I'd like to thank Pat Lucetti and Missy Irving for helping set up these meetings and stream them, regardless of our starting and stopping and all of our switches. Also Cami and Emily for helping out record and take comment and those types of things. Also Brian Wakeling, Justin Goody, Quentin Kujala, Director Williams, everybody else who hopped on to help support me in this process and answer questions. That took a lot of time too. I'm sure that was factored into Mark's 800-hour calculation. So big thank you to all of them. Lastly, I would like to also acknowledge our communication and educations department and our responsive management unit who helped not only get the word out and spread the word about this process, but also plan, how should we go about planning or developing a new elk management plan? And so they were involved very early on. So also a big thank you to them. Lastly, the members of the public that have been tuning in through this painful process.
Hey.
Thank you. We appreciate you being involved and being interested, being engaged, and we look forward to hearing your comments. Once we get to the commission process and hear what you think about these products that the group came up with. So with that, that's all I have. Again, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you all for your time and commitment. We really appreciate you.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Y'all take care.
Thanks, everybody.
If I could turn my camera the right way, I could show you some elk out my window, but I can't get the camera.
Don't give Druska nightmares.
Yeah, really. Thanks a lot. All right, everybody take care and thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Happy
Christmas.
holidays.